Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. What is happening with ATHX? I'm sorry, guys. Oh, okay. This is just moving down. I'm hearing it over and over and over again. And thank you. Yes. Can you see my screen and can you hear me? Wow. Well, let's take a look at what's happening this morning. Disney. Let's take a look at Disney. Disney had earnings after hours yesterday and has been hit hard on earnings. So big, major gap down now for Disney. This could be a really interesting one. This MAC, M-A-C-K, it's phase 3 pancreatic cancer. Yeah, Real was talking about the fibs. All I was looking at, I just wanted to go back and see where are the next highs. I had to go back to 2017 before I saw, I think, $15 or so. This has obviously done, yeah, some reverse splits, I think, in the past. But anyway, this is it's an eye-catching press release. Lots of volume, of course, 13 million in the float. So this could, I mean, it's already exploded 241%. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. How many shares? Yeah, lots of shares available if I felt that it was at it peaked. So here we go. Anyway, 1429, 1430 looks like the high in the pre-market. Here's one that, of course, looks smacking for me. CARG, another earnings play. Why do I like it? Because it's a lifetime low now. So let's see if it takes out 10. It's a lifetime low as we speak. Let's take a look quickly at China. I'm not going to go over all the China stocks but a lot of the China stocks are just falling now. Here's KWeb. Excuse me. And here we go. China inflation rate falls more than expected amid slowdown in cost of both food and non-food. Okay. Anyway, there's KWeb. So if you're going to play China, definitely have this chart up somewhere so you can kind of see what the overall market is looking like for China. A couple of the social media platforms are taking a bit of a hit this morning. Rum is down 7%, and DWAC is down 18%. So DWAC and Rum are taking a hit this morning, as opposed to Meta. Meta, as Real and others have pointed out, yeah, they've laid off a ton of people. And so this has caused that one to pop over 100. Maybe it'll stay over 100 for a while now. More earnings plays. UPST got kicked after hours yesterday. Here's your after hours reaction, down 17%. It's starting to recover just a little bit here. And another one that got hit after hours was AFRM. AFRM got hit after hours. Again, if you're unfamiliar with our platform, that mauve area you see in my 15-minute chart, that is after hours yesterday. So you can see the big gap down on earnings. Speaking of which, complete non-event. I know some were expecting this might explode a bit. AMC is actually off 4%. They released earnings after hours also. RBLX, another earnings play, got hit after hours. I'm sorry, that's not right. It got hit this morning, pre-market. So that tan area, that is our pre-market area on our charts. Yeah, this just got another one just getting clobbered here. ARRY, this is one that has gapped up on earnings. ARRY. ARRY has gapped up actually on it. Wow, 21%. Not a huge amount of volume yet. They released earnings after hours. So the nice thing is that it's kept that gap. You see how it gapped up after hours and kind of held around that 1954 mark. So it is holding and moving a little higher from that. DraftKings. So DraftKings got hit. I guess there was a one of those props in proposition votes in California, and they basically nixed the idea of online betting, I guess. So this is really hit DraftKings. That's what I mean. DraftKings tips is voter reject sports betting propositions. This is in California anyway. Yeah, I've been reading the news about crypto and all. I don't profess to understand everything that's going on, but Coin, and I'm sure all the crypto stocks, Meta, Mara, Riot, and of course BITO. I'm sure they're all moving lower this morning. CARG just making another new low. Cala, I love these ones. So Cala's an earnings play, and I think I flashed on the screen. I find this hilarious, you know. So here's Wedbush putting a $47 price target on them. Previous one was three. Last target was three. So they're putting a $47 price target on them. 1.23 million in the float. So they've obviously done many reverse splits. Look at their position and lifetime range. Like I wonder where it would be. Let's take a look at the monthly chart just for fun. And you can see, I mean, reverse split adjusted. This was a $1,300 stock, reverse split adjusted. So that's why it looks like it's way, 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 way down in its position and lifetime range. Another one, NRBO, very, very low float, extremely low float. We have less than a million, I think 500,000 in the float. NRBO, trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news for NRBO, but again, if you're going to take this one, watch that float. We have 516,000, which is ridiculously low. And Viru, by the way, was halted for news. Okay, so I'm wondering if they're going to have now the big clarification of all those press releases that came out a couple of days ago. Looked like very conflicting news regarding the FDA agreeing, not agreeing, et cetera, et cetera. So now maybe that'll be the news that will come out, the absolute statement from the FDA. But anyway, Viru is halted for news. The other one that just resumed. I cannot believe this. Remember when we used to see Clovis all the time? CLVS, 27-cent stock now, 27-cent stock. We used to see Clovis a lot. Here's another one. I mean, this used to be not legitimately $100 stock. When I say legitimately, this is not. I don't think this is not reverse split adjusted, not based on that float of 141 million. So this was a $100 stock. Remember this? In fact, even higher, $115. I remember these days. This is when we first started the room, 2015, October. Anyway, October 2015. Man, oh, mighty have fallen. It's That's the news. It hasn't hit my my IB headline yet. Okay. Okay, I see. Thank you, William. So there, man, there's CARG, guys. Boy, I'm tempted to do it right now. It's down 29%. Excuse me, might get nailed by the uptick rule. If I don't, this is not advice for anybody else to do this. PTE is a potential takeover. That's why I didn't talk about it. They say. They talk about they've received a non-binding buyout offer at 125. So I'll get the headline here. There we go. As it confirms a receipt of a non-binding $101.25 share acquisition bid. So that's the news. Yeah, it's a low float. What did it get up to? Got up to 118. Real was mentioning TTD, earnings play. This from yesterday, ICCM. This was a real disappointment, I thought, anyway. Got up to 156, closed way down here at 114. So I thought this was a big disappointment. When you say you did really bad, you shouldn't have done any worse than your planned loss, Joel. Sounds like you didn't have a stop, though. Losses are all part of trading, but having manageable losses is the key. Ooh, it's already 9:13. Okay, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. And as usual, more downgrades than upgrades. So we'll get some of the upgrades in right now. A little upgrade for MDRX. I'll get that one up on a chart from Goldman. Let's see what they're doing. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I want to take a look at that MDRX. MDRX. See what it's doing this morning. So no volume, but it is maybe reacting to, well, it's had a great 3 days. Great 3 days from 14 to 17, and now a Goldman upgrade. All right, I'll get some of the downgrades in now. I'm hearing CVNA, so it's probably having a little bit of a pop, but it is just Is it $7, $8 now? There's downgrade for Lyft. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Give me one moment, please. All right, let me get these upgrades and downgrades pasted into YouTube, our YouTube room. Okay, so Mac is still hanging in there, guys. Mac is still hanging tough around that 13 level. Anything else creeping in here? Fever is coming in. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, Fever's an earnings play. FVRR is an earnings play. So what's the next high looking left is around 32.40. So it's got about $1 to that next high. This is an earnings play, Israeli company. Pretty big gap up for it. Low float, not crate, not not a high float, not a low float. I know it's not Fever. I know it's not Fever real. Okay, anything else coming in here? ELBM, so all these 0.25s, minus 0.25s, these are all some earnings plays. Let's take a look. I'm going to sort on the earnings day column. Look at them all here. This is in the pre-market, of course. So there's the Fever, the TTDR, sorry, TTD, small one, looking for anything. Perry's an earnings play, PERI is an earnings play. Didn't see it because the volume is so low, but it's an earnings play. GGB, cheap one. GGB is an earnings play. Now the market is going to start off a little bit weak. There's the market. Market is starting off a little bit weak. Let me take a look at the earnings play on the way. Excuse me, the earnings plays on the way down. So TLS, well, it could be an interesting one. Not very much volume yet, but through the 200-day moving average, and the next low looking left is 856. So it's got about 50 cents to that. We've seen AGFY in the past. There's that Roblox. Evo is another earnings play. Canopy, who cares? Marijuana plays. Let's take a look at MJ. There's the CARG, CARG, underneath N, and tell you, all-time low. UPST, we've talked about that one. Actually having a bit of a rebound here. There's that Affirm we talked about. Look at all these earnings plays on the way down so far. AMC. And there's Ari. Ari on the move here, guys. Ari. Now, where could it go? Next high is 2160, and then after that, we've got 2278. So it still has some room. Yeah, it's just been kind of stuck around that 13 mark. I mean, it's either going to turn into an awesome short or well, the short would be more awesome, probably because it's got a lot more room to fall. How much more it can go up on a as a long, I don't know. But if it, if the selling comes in, I mean, it's up almost $9. So yeah, BVS was one that I missed. Well, I didn't miss it. I saw it came from my 10-day daily breakdown. I just didn't take it. Stupid. Look at this one. 10-day daily breakdown from yesterday. BVS was an earnings play. Okay, 922. Let's do a quick check to see what the sectors are doing, the major sectors. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. And then from there, I will click on show more. Don't forget to do that, guys. We get so many emails. Why can I not see all the channels? They don't realize all they have to do is click on show more. Sector status. All right, now, so what you're seeing here, surprised it's so red looking. I mean, the market's down, but anyway, so what you're seeing here, this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the major sectors. So this is energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, I were teaching in the classroom, I'd ask for the answer, for the hands up, but everybody should know by now. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. And so you can see right off the bat, there is no positive sector. Okay, 83% tech down, 100% communications, etc. However, when we look at this maybe an hour from now on the change from the open, we could have a completely different idea, picture of what's truly happening. In other words, stocks could still be down from yesterday's close, but are rallying from its opening trades. The opening print from the open, and we could see big changes in those percentages. Yeah, I doubt this Carvana pop is going to last, CVNA, unless they've got some unbelievable news that they're trying to pump it. I don't see any. This is just sort of bottom fishing. Remember, this was a $300 stock, $381 stock, a little over a year ago. July of last year, $380 Carvana. See if this is faster. Come on, get that ass to catch up to the bid. And you guys probably know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let me do this sorting. What time is it? 9:25. So let me do the sort again on the change from the close. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about Affirm also, Hendrix. Yeah. It's also at an all-time low. All-time low. Remember, discounting whatever happens after hours or pre-market, those numbers are never counted. And I don't think anywhere you go, you're not going to see, okay, well, really the all-time low for Affirm is 1234. No. As you're talking about Oxy, so, okay, so it's actually an earnings play too. Didn't realize that. So it's an earnings play. And of course, if you, again, when you looked at XLE, every single stock, and I'm pretty sure OXY is one of them that make up XLE, every single stock is down from yesterday's close. I haven't checked the price of oil for a long time. And what do I see? I see, let's see, $87 or so. That's for WTI. Boy, oh boy, this Mac. No, SI guys, remember SI from yesterday? This is continuation down. This is not, this is, well, as William said, this is something to do with crypto. I can't see that in the, well, digital currency. Okay, well, anyway, this is more or less a crypto play. Plus, they did a big shuffle at the top. But SI, look at SI. Thank you, Kessa. I didn't see this one. Is this a reverse split? This looks like a reverse split, guys. TANH. Oh, all right, guys. Well, it's turned into a nice win for me. I told you I was more than likely going to take this car, and you heard me saying, "Come on, ask, catch up to the bid, catch up to the bid," and boy, did it ever. Now, why did I take card pre-market? Because it was down way more than, of course, 10%, and I just didn't want to get nailed by that uptick rule in case I couldn't get lots of shares available, but I did not want to get nailed by that uptick rule. So this has turned out to be a big win for me already for CARG on the short, all-time low underneath 10. Mhm. I have covered some. Less than a minute. All right. Well, who wants to take over the room? I don't have anything more to do today. That is a big win. Well, if you were watching at 7, you notice that the at one point I think the bid was 965 and the ask was still 990 or 980, and that's what I was saying. If you heard me, come on, ask, catch up to the bid, catch up to the bid. All right, guys, that puts a charge into my step. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, and that is when the market opens. I wait 15. I will, the odd time, take a pre-market trade, and obviously I did there. All right, guys, we are now open. We are now open. And look, I mean, yeah, so I'm out now completely. Look at that. Wow. Well, it's a good exit. I mean, look how jumpy that was. Hopefully you got out 7. I'm still going to look at it though on another 10 break. So I'm going to put stick in a little on 987. I hope you got out. Holy smokes, I really hope you got out. It actually got halted now on the way up. Please tell me you got out. Yeah, I don't know. Well, something insane has happened with Carg. I mean, I'm looking here. I don't want to scare you if you're in it, but I'm looking here. There's the halt. I'm seeing these prices line up. That can't be. That just can't be. Bad enough at 1021, but this can't be. All right, guys. I'll feel horrible if that actually is. Yeah, starting to drift down, but okay. Mac is hold now. Lucid, LCID, China stock. No, I'm sorry, not a China stock, but an EV. UPST. Too early for me to take these. These are on my 10-day daily break. Excuse me, 10-day daily breakdown. Though this one is a lifetime low. This is UPST is a lifetime low, as is a firm. Look at this market, guys. Big red bar to start. Okay, well, we're getting a little better. Hopefully this doesn't pop on you, Seven. All right, so let's see. Shady's looking at NRBO. Now, again, if you're going to take this one, remember the float. That is a very, very low float. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check some of the other websites and see what they have for their float information. Yeah, it looks about right, guys. I mean, there are different numbers, but there's Yahoo and Wall Street Journal. So we're about the same as it seems that Wall Street Journal gets the same data as we do. But all I'm saying is here is a very, very low float. Okay. That is for, so just be careful, careful, careful if you're taking this one, NRBO. Well, Shady, it is relevant. Come on, it is relevant. I mean, if you know, just so people who are new know that it's such a low float that it could be extremely volatile. So the float is relevant. I don't you know, disagree with you there 100%. Doesn't mean it's not going to work for you. I'm just saying, for people to be cautious because of that float. That's all. Wow. Okay, Mac held that 13. So far, it's held at 13. So, you know what? No, it's still, well, now it's not holding 13. That's how whippy things can be in the first 15. Again, if I'm new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30. But what I'm going to do is put an alert, believe it or not, at the high and see if it takes that out. There's really no chart resistance. Is XP an earnings play? XP is not an earnings play, but look at this one go, guys. The next high looking left, it's actually kind of right there. XP has earnings on the 14th next week. Now look how promising ARRY looked at the beginning. What did it get? It got up to 21.23, right back down to 19. Big moves. Yeah, but Shady, not everybody understands risk. Okay, you understand risk, yes. But a lot of people they don't understand risk. They don't understand stops. They don't understand money management. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. I don't know why you're being confrontational with me. I'm just telling people that, because of the float, it can be extremely volatile. That's all. You understand your risk, great. Oh my goodness, I hope this cargo does not. And there's TLS, guys. TLS. So this is an earnings play, and this is a big gap down now in earnings, and it actually got halted. It halted on the way up. Yeah, I mean it's an earnings play, and don't understand. I mean it just halted on the way up. It's and looking to see where it could open. It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt now. Oh yeah, Mac now. Are you lost sight of Mac? Still early though for me. NTRA is another one that's gapped or halted on the way down. Another earnings play halted on the way down. And Shady, understand, I hope the trade works out for you. You're acting as if I'm trying to tell people not to take the trade. I'm just, saying to exhibit some caution. That's all. Or not exhibit, exercise. I meant exercise. Oh, so this market's put in a giant red candle to start. What are we now? Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down. Yeah, I look at Plug here. I mean, Plug is an earnings play. Actually, is an earnings play. Didn't realize it wasn't doing very much in the pre-market. Market open So Plug is an earnings play. What are the other ones doing? Fuel Cell. Take a look at Fuel Cell, FCEL. Yeah, a little, and then Ballard, of course. Ballard, usually the three of them kind of trade the same. They kind of trade the same. Not really today. Definitely Plug though. Plug is an earnings play. I have my doubts. It's going to maintain this enthusiasm. Let's take a look here. 1674. Looks like 1674 or so is the next high looking left. Let's see how close it gets to that. Okay, well, it's getting a little more sane now on that projected open for Carg. A little more sane. Good. I'm glad you did good. I'm really glad. Let's correct our grammar. I'm glad you did well. Here's Cala, guys. I mean, you talk about another low float. Okay, so it's a low float. Um, done probably how many reverse splits, but again, the crazy price target of $47 put on them by Wedbush, up from 3. An original price target of 3, so it blew through that. It's an earnings play. Oh, it's from Interactive Brokers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whatever. No, it's trade ideas. All right. Well, this one opened. It's very strange trading with this. Very, very strange. Very strange. Oh my goodness. Here's another one, guys. Another all-time low, I think. Yeah, all-time low, and it's an earnings play, GDRX, and it is underneath the 4 level. Very interested in this one. Very interested in this one. Want to see how well it holds underneath 4. All-time low, earnings play. Lots of shares available, 1.35 million at Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. It is down over 10% though, so uptick rule may nail me, but I'm just going to keep watching this GDRX, see how well it holds underneath 4. Stick an alert down here, maybe 392. All right, so it popped over 4 a little bit. Well, I think you're answering your own question. If you say you have a daily goal and you've already hit it, why wouldn't you quit? If you literally have a daily, I don't have daily goals, other than on losses, but if you have a daily goal, why give it back? All right, NWSA. Sounds like a rap group. NWSA is gap down and reversal to a certain extent. It is an earnings play. All right, Mark is putting in a second red bar. Our second 15-minute candle now is turning into a pretty big green one. What does the N stand for? Where? I don't know where. I don't know where you're talking. Oh, are you talking about? Are you talking about my reference to rap? Oh, I don't know. I'm just GTN guys. This had a downgrade. Had earnings on the 4th. Obviously, here's the reaction, and this is close to. Well, no, it's not a lifetime low. MDRX or Emma in our YouTube room. Well, MDRX, I should have kept an eye on this one. MDRX. Yeah, shoot. MDRX is a Goldman upgrade this morning. So this one actually, other than, I mean, I see some other news and it raises their price target to 23. So there is the Goldman upgrade for MDRX. You saw that in the pre-market, but they also have some other news. I think Skin had a downgrade, SKIN. I think it had a downgrade also. Didn't Novavax get, I saw some news about Novavax. It wasn't good. This is an earnings play, but I thought I saw some news about Novavax yesterday, nothing to do with earnings, that it wasn't something about the vaccine itself. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, good for you guys and your NRBO. Where is the next high looking left? 267, is that correct? Yeah, so this has still got some room, guys. Yeah, so the volume, as long as the volume keeps up. So they closed the $32 million financing, I guess. That was after hours yesterday. So that is, I guess that's the reason for the pop. Oh man, all-time low now, TLS. All-time low TLS earnings play. Hey guys, I'm just following. Ooh, boy, blood boiling. Okay, guys, what was I looking at before that all-time low and it popped over 4? Can't remember which one that was. It was GDRX. So still hanging around 4. I have an alert set down here around 395-ish. See if it takes out that 4 level again. NWSA continues its climb, a gap down and reversal play from my scanner here. Again, this is one of the scans I am sharing. Gap down or reverse. Gap continuation or reverse. So there's Lucid. All right, well, this one from yesterday, I know a lot of people, I'm sorry, it's not this, is that the same one? GRWG? Maybe. Yeah, I was stalling right around that 450 mark, okay? On the move again, guys. GRWG on the move again. And Mr. Guthrie on the way down. Arlo, another, not an all-time low, believe it or not. ARLO, not an all-time low. Earnings play. All right, so that was a short-lived green bar, guys. Remember the last time we looked? Well, I looked anyway. This second 15-minute candle was green, and it was all the way up here to 380, and now the sellers have come in and knocked it down again. So that was a short-lived green bar. Okay, now start paying a little more attention to the histogram, as I like to see some data build up a little bit before I really dive into some of the things that the histogram is trying to tell me. Like to get a couple of hours, probably at least an hour in anyway. So look at you UPST guys. So this is actually in recovery mode. It's got halted on the way up, I guess. And now it is open. So this is in mini recovery mode. Let's see how long it holds over 16. I mean, this is obviously if it's going to recover a lot. The high in the pre-market was 18, 19 or so. But again, this has just been kicked. And earnings play was basically almost an all-time low. So you got to be awfully careful. I'm just watching to see if it holds 16. It doesn't look good. Wow, here's another one, guys. Gap down and go. WTI. Wasn't this is this a trade of the week a few weeks ago? A couple of weeks, maybe last week or the week before? Not that you'd be holding it this long, but and this is an earnings play, not an all-time low yet. I do recall it being the trade of the week, and I also recall an email saying that it has had earnings coming up, but you know, you'd never want to hold it through earnings. Yeah, it did well. You know, it was obviously an energy play, but I really recall Steve saying, you know, but I would not hold it through earnings if you were holding it for any length of time. Oh, there's DraftKings, guys. So what was the yesterday's low? Yesterday's low was 1176. If it takes out yesterday's low, the next low is 1085. Again, this one of the propositions in California to allow online betting, I guess, got defeated. So that has put a damper on DKNG today. I think quote is an earnings play. Yeah, Wow, this is interesting. QUOT is an earnings play. QUOT is an earnings play. It's a pretty big pop, 21%. I don't really, I think I've seen this one before, but we have to back this out a bit. Take a look at the month. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 304 is there. 326. If it can get through 326, then 457. So yeah, this has got some room. What's the volume like? What a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, listen, if this takes out this 322 area right around here, then the next high is, yeah, it's up around 4. So this has got some room. QUOT has some room. Rum is not shortable for me. It used to be shortable, but I guess all the shares have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. All right, Triple D. So you are an earnings play also. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really not a lot of pre-market action until the market opened. Of course, this is one of the 3D printers. Well, I call it, I don't know what they do now. Sure, maybe they do more than that, but when that was the rage, 3D printing. Question in a YouTube room. If it was positive news on earnings, would I short it? Well, I guess it really depends. You know, what are you talking about? It? Are you talking just in talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Are you talking in general or a specific stock? Boy, okay, guys, Mac looks weaker now. MACK does look weaker now. Where's that VWAP? Somebody's talking about. So it's underneath the VWAP, 1212. It's underneath the VWAP. All right, this is this GDRX. I mean, to me, that question about earnings. I mean, if it's positive earnings, would I short it? I mean, it's irrelevant whether earnings are positive or negative or whatever. It's the chart's going to tell me what to do. In essence, ah, they're not giving me a fill on this GDRX. Yeah, that's the uptick rule. Okay, the crypto maybe is crypto. How's Bitcoin doing now? I'm just looking at Mara, gap down and reversal. Well, again, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Mail, Meow. I mean, you just have to let the chart tell you. I mean, if something has positive earnings and it's starting to move, the issue that I've got right now in this sort of market we're in is, the bias is, for me anyway, is to almost short any top, any sort of a pop, you know, be it earnings or anything, just because the market is the sort of market that we're in. But that's, it's not a hard and fast rule. So what I would do, you're talking about 70 RSI before the earnings release, then what you should do is track it. if you think that that is some kind of a strategy, that if it's a 7-8 RSI and higher before the earning release, and you're seeing that a lot of stocks then pop on the earnings and then they come down, you know, do it like that. That could be a plan for you. All you can do is test it. So Ribbon came from Zach's bounce plays. My guess is that the bounce plays are going to start to work as long as as long as we get that candle continuing for a while anyway. There's a giant green candle here, guys. This is wiping all those first two out. Good for you, Todd. Nothing worse than giving it all back. NRBO still strong, still strong. Still has some room. Let me get back to my daily chart. Wow, Riven, what a William, did you take that one from Zach's bounce scan? Didn't really move that much from the initial alert at 29.24, but down to 29.05. What a bounce. And, just look at the market. You got to follow what the market's doing. It's yeah, interesting. We're no stock has won more than one race yet. I'll go over the races in a bit, but no stock has won one race yet, or more than one race yet. A little surprising. Wow, another earnings play and another one that's basically a lifetime low. EBS, another earnings play, another lifetime low. Not a ton of volume. Relative volume is high, but not a ton of absolute volume. But another, I gotta watch this one if it takes out 13. Shoot. Did not get the TLS. Look at this one, just cascading its way down on earnings. Whoa, Riven. Oh man, it's a beauty from that scan, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Bounces will work, well if you get the market on your side. And look at that candle now, and there's the Riven. So I'm going to take a look at now Kodak. There's one I'm not sure about a bounce, but it's actually an earnings play. Look at Kodak. I mean, through the 200-day moving average, almost an all-time low. Yeah, Mac is hanging in there. Yeah, I'm not. I was waiting for a break around 1160 or so to see if it would move down, but the VWAP it's holding now. 1212 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. I mean, I'm not. Listen, I wish this company all the best, of course, but wow, I mean, look at that. Look how it's accelerated off the VWAP. 1212 is the VWAP. And it can I shouldn't say it like this, but if it takes out the highs in the pre-market, it's going to get a lot of interest again, I think. Has no resistance really until you got to go back to 2017, I believe. Eh, Here's 2000, yeah, October of 2017. And, to me, that's no resistance. In guys, SKIN, another earnings play underneath 10. Look at Plug now, guys. What did I say? I had my doubts that Plug could possibly. Look at this. It's just, it's always the challenge to know where the top is. But I mean, look at this. All right, Coco. What is Coco doing? This is a gap down in reverse. This is an earnings play. It's actually gone positive. Saw this one in the pre-market, but the volume wasn't very much. It's still only 400,000 shares. And the next high looking left, it's to me, it might be too close. 966. So I'd be looking at this one. This is 156,000 shares are available Interactive Brokers to short. I'd be I'd be looking at this one as a potential short, especially if it gets close to this high here, 960. What's the VWAP? 862. So it is above it. So it may be a bit of a magnet. Share the two scans that are outlined in green. You're talking about the racing MK, because they're not really outlined in green. So if you're unless you're talking about all this green here and up and so are you biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open? They look like races. It looks like there's stocks moving up and down. Okay. Yeah, I can give those. Now you have to have, I don't know, you have to have at least, if you go to our home site, our home page, I'll give you my home page and I'll show you what I'm talking about. In order to have this, you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. You may not be, depending on how long you've been away. Time is it? It's 10:17, so I think I'll start my little spiel anyway. Try to keep it brief today. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, and that's for you too, MK, okay, so click on my homepage link, a couple of things you're going to see. So first of all, you must be, I would make sure you're on the, I guess the only pro is, so we don't have beta anymore. Okay, so please make sure you're on the latest version, and if it depends on what version you're on, because this is only available. Oh, I mean, if you're on a version that's 6 months old, this is not available. Okay, number one. So make sure you're on, 5.6.24. Assuming you're on that one, then if you go to my scan section, click here, scan section, and there are the two races. Okay. So let me talk a little bit about my homepage. So, okay, that promo code is now back to the 15% off. Okay, but this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. You can use that promo code Barry15 for 15% off. Annual monthly premium standard. The four plans we have. So the premium is 2,000 less the 15%. Standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The difference is the AI, which, you know what, guys, I should, heresy here, but I mean, the standard is fine. If you want to start off with a standard subscription and maybe take a look at the AI later, that's fine. Monthly, you can go monthly. Standard premium 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, so please listen carefully. If you maintain, look at skin, should be in that one. Should have some skin in the game. Standard premium 118, 228, less the 15%. And that's for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, at any point, if you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, do the get started. Let's get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos, download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay? I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. Now, if you signed up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotion folder in Gmail. Big education section right here. Here's the guide. And here is that getting started. Now, at the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about stock racing, okay? Obviously, there's much more in the guide, but nail those down first before you start looking at the rest of the things in the guide if you're brand new. There's that getting started again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I think Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. When I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over there if you'd like to. And Chris in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Again, I shut the main room down at 3:30, so he takes over in YouTube. Daily webinars. So this is the one I help out on today. Okay, but you can sign up for them all right here. But this is the one I help out on. It's one that the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Back to basics. Michael Noss put this together at Trade Ideas. If you're new to trading, it's a great resource. Intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, short videos. It's a great resource. You should use it, if you're brand new to trading. And my scans. So here are my scans. So I was asked for my 2 races right there. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I have some other scans. I was showing you exact bouncers and toppers. I consider this for advanced traders only. Okay. And you hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdowns. I've shown you the gap and continuation reverse. So here are some scans that I am sharing. So the room is free. Helps the room. If you take out a subscription, use my link. It helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, I do get a little commission from it. Okay. So that's one reason to save my link. If you ever take out a subscription, use it. And also, though, of course, my scans. I do change my scans up from time to time, and the big education section. Yeah, Mac is just kind of, holding its own at that, over the VWAP still, just kind of holding its own. Now, there is a cross perhaps forming, though. There's the 10 SM. I don't have the 20, I don't think anymore, do I? Now, there's the 10 SMA and there's the 8 EMA. But anyway, yeah, I guess they don't have a beta anymore. The beta became the production version. Whoa, UPST, I lost sight of it. I was looking to maybe take this over 16 and I just lost sight of it. I watched it here, move down. Ah, shoot. Oh, well. Nice recovery for the market here. Market's still negative, but look at that giant green candle, just wiped out all of this. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? Again, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. I'm just going to quickly show you that we have a lot of other scans that we are sharing. If you click on new and then docked channel bar, these are all theme-based layouts. So if I click on the momentum layout as an example, and this is a scan that I'm sharing on my homepage. I call it Momo. Okay, but this is what it's based on. So like my scans or any scan that you see when you click on a channel, in order to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. Now again, I'm not teaching, everything, every aspect of Trade Ideas. I'm just going over some of the very basic things. It's up to you to go to the guide to, more to get more detailed explanations about anything I'm talking about. But I'm just trying to give you an overview. So this is an example of a scan, a real-time scan. So we start off with filters. This is the screening portion. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, and the volume of the last, I'm not going to go over every single filter, but these are the kind of the key ones in this scan. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes is 400% of normal, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so these are all real-time alerts. So let's take a look at Histo. Yeah, look at Histo, look at it go. But look at the volume. See how that volume burst? That's the key. That this is a classic momentum type scanner. Okay. But people say, well, how do you use it? Well, I mean, you don't want to chase this now, but what if it pulled back to a certain level? Maybe you get interested. Maybe it pulls back to, I don't know, a VWAP or something like that. Maybe it resumes. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. We may have had alerts right here for it. I mean, this is the last alert because this is, it just made a new all-time high, not an all-time high, intraday high. So if you like this one, if you liked this scan, again, I'm sharing it, but I mean, in general, when you go to the different channels and you see a scan you might like, all you have to do, then the idea is to get it out of this layout, take it out of the layout. So you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. And when you do that, this popped onto one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating. Okay. Now, if you like it exactly the way it is, then you right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. But if you wanted to make an adjustment to it, maybe you don't like this price range. Again, right click, configure, summary. So here, again, this is these are the filters. But maybe you left click on the icon. Maybe you want to change the price range to 10 and 100. Okay, and you say okay. Now you can save it to the cloud. So again, two things. If you like it exactly the way we've created it, great. And you can save it to the cloud, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. Now, before you do that, one other thing to do. On the symbol linking, you notice it says docked window. Okay, that's because what they've done is they've said, okay, when people are in a channel and they click on an alert, it's only going to load into these charts that are within the dock channel. Okay, so if you take it outside and you say you close this channel down and you click on the alert, it's not going to load into your channel, into your charts. So just one more step, symbol linking, and where it says dock window, just say link to all. Now it's linked to all your charts. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. So if I right click, configure, now this time I click on search. These are all of the real-time alerts that we have, because I'm not going to go over all of them. I'm not going to go over any of them. The new high, new low for the day, that's basically all I use. And if I scroll down here, get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to use trade ideas. So they tried to create as many different types of filters and alerts that they could think of, so that for the vast majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Okay. And again, these are all real-time alerts. Now, one other word about the channels. If I make a change in the channel and I stay on the channel right here, I'm in this channel right now. Of course, the change is saved. But if I leave the channel and I come back, it's not saved. We get this question all the time. Hey, I made some changes in this channel. I came back to it and the changes aren't saved. The reason they're not saved is because, these channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change maybe to a price range is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Typically, I think the way to use the channels, I mean, you can stay on a channel, if you got a favorite channel, you want to stay in it all day, that's fine. But I think my advice is maybe to just take a look at the different channels and extract the scans that might be interesting to you. But don't go overboard. What do I mean by that? Do not have so many alert windows. I mean, we've got all sorts of alert windows and top list windows that we've created. Don't have so many and add them into your layout so that all you're doing is clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay. And that leads me into the racing. If you're a new trader or you're new to trade ideas, but even if you're not new to trade ideas, I think you give the racing a shot. Racing is kind of, I think it's a great hybrid between a top list window and an alert window, a real-time alert window. All races are started from a top list window, okay? Now, these are the two that I'm sharing. So what is this race looking for? I right click on that top list window, and I click on the configure and then summary. If a stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares and up 2%, so not a lot of filters. If that's the case, then I launch a race based on those filter requirements, and I run 4-minute races. That means once a race is over, 4 minutes is over, another race will automatically start. So we are almost 3 minutes into this race. What is this telling me? This is telling me that DNMR, since the race started, is the one that has moved the most so far, 2.23%, with all those filter requirements satisfied. Okay. Now, this doesn't mean this is going to remain at the top, of course. You can see how stocks are moving up and down. They kind of jockey for position as the race continues. But once the race is over, there is a winner. And so let's see. I mean, we've got another 38 seconds. Let's see. I mean, DNMR. No, you see, TH just took over. DNMR obviously had a pullback, a little bit of a pullback. So when the race is over, I'll wait for this race to finish. You are right. My goodness, that green candle that looked so promising turned into a big red candle, and now another red candle. Oh man. Okay, this race is another 5 seconds. Looks like TH is going to be the winner. Okay, so you notice that it says TH is the last winner, but it's the first race it won, so it didn't supplant any of the other ones that won one race. This is really strange. Let me explain. First of all, what happens is a top 10 list is automatically created for you. This becomes a great watch list. This is why I'm saying, if you're new to all this, to get you to focus just on a few stocks all day long is probably the way to go. Now, typically by this time, we would have probably had one stock that's maybe won 3 or 4 races. But you know what? There's really, I mean, this is this NRBO, it's still hanging in there. But yeah, I mean, it's a little interesting. I mean, look at Novavax, for instance, over in this one, it's won 3 races today. But typically what happens by the end of the day, you might see a stock that's won 10 or 15 races. Okay. And obviously it's been active all day long. You should not lose sight of it. But for instance, here's the DNMR. It won 1 race earlier. Okay. Now, doesn't mean you should forget about it. What I do is I like to click on these alerts or on these symbols, maybe put a price alert somewhere. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, I want to know about it, or pulls back to another moving average, or maybe if it takes out the high of the day. This is, you have to develop your own style of trading, but you can put price alerts on these ones that have won races before and just see what happens. In the Again, topless windows are still around, of course, and the main use of a topless window was the ability to sort on different columns. So right now I've sorted on the change from the open column. This is showing me with all those filter requirements what stock has moved the most since its opening trade. So HSTO has moved 37%. Okay. OM is 34%, etc. This is what the use of a top list window was before. And you can still use it like this. I mean, if you just want to see the stocks that are up the most from the open or up the most from yesterday's close, I mean, you can do things like that, of course. The problem was, well, okay, now that you have this information, how are you going to use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. Because now it takes this list, it takes these stocks. For instance, what if TBPH, which is only it's 7% above the open, what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really starts to move It's now 8%, 10%, 15%. You would see that movement here. So even though it's not at the top of the list, it's moving. And that's the whole idea of the racing. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. If you see something that's starting to move, click on it, see what it's doing. Okay. And of course, you can create your own races. In other words, you can create your own top list window with your filter values that you like, and you can create your own races. And again, if you go to my home page and go to that education section, oops, scroll down. You have to scroll down to find the education section. Click here on the education section and click on the guide. And then over on this side here, you will see TI stock race. Okay. There are 4 videos and segmented the race startup configuration. Okay. So it's up to you to do this. Okay. I mean, I'm just giving you an overview about what the races are all about and why I think it's a really, really great way to focus on just a very few number of stocks all day long. And this one you'll never miss. Well, rarely are you going to miss a fast moving stock. Okay. This one is a little bit different. Large cap gainers from the open, a little bit different. What I did was I created a top list. What is that there? Must have been from yesterday. I put that price alert in. So I created a top list, and what I did was I added a couple of filters. I put a $500 million minimum market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you will not see stocks typically with big percentage gains here. Makes sense because of the market cap. Here, you will see it's not because I put a max market cap or anything, but without having a market cap in here, you will see stocks that are, very volatile. So this is way more volatile than this one. So if you're starting out, you might want to maybe more concentrate on this style because it's not quite as volatile. All right, guys. So that's it. So you can, of course, ask me questions. Guys, Mac is looking weaker. Mac is looking weaker now underneath that VWAP. 1220, it is looking weaker now. And while we're getting a lot of action, guys, I've said this for last week and this week, this is the last week of a lot of stocks releasing earnings, almost 1,000. We had 1,000 last week. I have 1,000 this week. Next week, we're down to about 240. Doesn't mean we won't have some activity, but I mean, we're starting to see a lot of earnings plays, especially stocks that you don't normally maybe even know about. And that's the cool thing because when those stocks have their day, they're usually very, very active either on the way up or on the way down. And you can get the big percentage moves. Continuing to watch this MAC, want to see if it holds underneath 12. Got to be careful on it, if you're trying to short it. Yeah, this Mac is it's just too hard. You know, it doesn't. It just wants to kind of tease us a bit. Right at there's the VWAP again. Wants to tease us a little bit. I think I'd have to wait literally for a 12. I know it sounds crazy, but maybe an 11:50 break to get interested because it just wants to kind of hang around this 12 level. So meanwhile, Histo that we saw in the momentum scanner is just going crazy. Low float, 2.3 million. So as always, some caution because of the float. It got up to that high right there. If it can take out that high, 167, maybe too much resistance between now and the 170 mark, unfortunately. But look at the volume coming in. This is not an earnings play. Must be there's obviously some reason for this enthusiasm. It is not an earnings play. AKAM for topping tails. Okay, that's usually a good sign that, yeah, this could be a. So what Real is showing you here, AKAM topping tails. What does it mean? Buyers had the price up here. So that candle right there, that 350-minute candles ago was up to 89.11. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. All these, let's get a bigger chart up because this could turn into an interesting short. These are all clues, guys, about potential directions, right? I mean, this is a pretty pretty good looking clue so far. So again, look at these topping tails. Price was up here. Buyers knocked it down. There's where it closed. Buyers tried again, get the price up. Sellers knocked it down. Here's where it closed. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers are trying again. Sellers knocked it down. At some point, the buyers are going to say, okay, you guys can have it for a while. In other words, the sellers. At some point, they're going to and look at the lower highs on those topping tails. Buyers were really persistent. Now, I'm not saying this is an absolute 100% slam dunk short, but there's the VWAP 8705, that purple line there. So if it broke down through that purple line, it might turn into a nice short. Now, this is out of the price range I typically trade, but it just showing you this is. I'm pretty sure that's what Real was, why he was interested because of all these topping tails. Yeah, well, I do have. I mean, I do have my 10-day daily breakdown, and there it was, Lucid at what 12:10. Yeah, I do have it. I'm just so there's I mean, unfortunately, I just can't concentrate on. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown has probably been. I know it's been awesome. It was great yesterday, especially with we're in earnings season, and these companies that come out. Even though this one is not. This was an earnings yesterday. Look at Kodak. I mean, Kodak, another one. So how I have this organized, this is the 10-day daily breakdown. Where it says DR, it means don't repeat. So this tells me the very first time it was alerted and the price. Then I can go back and see, well, what happened? This one will tell me every time it keeps making a new low, okay, over and over and over again. So for instance, the Lucid, we had an alert at 9:31. A little early for me, as I've said, I like to take the trades maybe 15 minutes in. Sometimes they just keep moving down or moving up, and I deal with it. And actually, I could have got. You see, here's the first 15 minutes, and it was at 12:10, and and actually it kind of hung there. Unless I'd have to really look at the candles, but I mean the high was up here at 12:13 on that candle, so it's possible, could have got in this one even if I waited for my 15. I just, lost sight of it. And here's the 10-day daily breakouts. So there's Mac. What did it get up to? I mean, if you took that right off the bat, but to me, it's just too risky. Taking trades right off, like right when the market opens, is just too risky. There's XP. Let's see what it did. 2018. Yeah, I mean, it got the 21. I mean, a pretty about a dollar move. But again, for me, just it's just too early. I've been through experience, I've seen stocks that, they pop and then they drop immediately, they go up and up and up and down. If you've got proper stops in place, it's very hard to keep in the trade. Yeah, I mean, look at GRWG. So it's not all about just the stocks that are, ripe for shorting. There's a GRWG. It had an alert at 478. Look at it now. How about the quote? 318. Yeah, 325. This could get going. Ramp. Is it ramping up? 1890. Kind of hanging in there. Is it an earnings play? This could be really interesting. The ramp could be really interesting if it takes out 19. That's the TH doing. 1265. So it's kind of hanging in that area. So, if you're only interested in going long, I mean, this isn't bad either. And it's again but look how few now this is skewed because we're in earnings season. Okay. So we're getting a lot of earnings plays in both, but especially in the 10-day daily breakdown. Once we're out of earnings season, you may only get three or four in each one of these all day. Okay, maybe another Mac attack, guys. Oh, okay. Now there's the AKAM. Right. I guess it got close to the VWAP. Okay. Got close to the VWAP, but it's still hanging above it. 8708, just a little bit above it. Okay, let me start paying a little more attention now to my histogram. Okay, we're a good hour and a half into the market. Excuse me. ABS. All right, guys, I'm back. William, I can't tell if you went long BVS or short BVS. You might have gone long here on a pop or something, but oh, you would have had a little bit of gain, right? But BVS, I mean, another tank job. This came from the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday. All right, guys, here's Perry. This is a gap up and reverse. Not a lot of volume though. This is an earnings play. Actually, look at this. I mean, it got up to $25 in the pre-market, and now it's down to 20, 22 basically. Sinking. Oh, look at this market. Another schizo day, guys. We had this big down, and then all of a sudden we had this giant green candle at 10 o'clock. It looked like we were going to get a continuation. Look at the topping tail of that red candle, and then the breaks were just jammed on. And look at this now. So tough if you're in trades that are, obviously kind of more beholden to the market, what the overall market's doing. You got to be really, you got to pay attention to either the SPY or something to show you what the overall market is doing. Oh man, this plug. I mean, oh well. There's so many opportunities. As I said, I had severe doubts that this could sustain itself. Oh, what a gap up and reverse for this one, Ari. I mean, look at the room underneath, guys, 1643. I mean, I know it's an earnings play and it was positive at the beginning, but boy, oh boy, this is just getting, with the market. I mean, the market is just big sell off. And here's another earnings play. This is a gap down and reversal. Maybe. Look at the room. All the room up here. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to that, but look at this histogram. So I haven't talked about this at all. This is an indicator that I am now going to be pay more attention to now that we've got some history. So this histogram, it's not available to you guys yet. Basically, what it does is it looks at the ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. When you get a high bar like this is telling you that the ratio between bulls and bears is high. Okay, more bulls and bears. What if this starts to drop and dwindles down here? That means the bears have taken over in terms of candlestick patterns. Okay, that's what this is what it's trying to tell you. Now, it doesn't mean that, just because you get this big lift here, and it's got really nothing. It has nothing to do with the volume. It's just candlestick patterns. Doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You've got to look to see what's happening. Okay, you've got to look to see where for me anyway, where the next high is on the daily chart. Is there any, is the VWAP in the way? Is the 200-day moving average in the way? But this at least gives me an idea because look, right now there's nothing happening. This is just sort of sitting. So this could be percolating just underneath all these, positive candlestick patterns. It hasn't taken effect yet. Now, I'm not saying it's going to 100%. Yeah, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, and I don't do the locate thing. Wow, DKNG. So guys, the next low looking left is 1078 for DKNG. They got kind of thumped because of, I guess, a proposition in California that said no go for online betting. I think that's what it was about. We're rejecting sports betting propositions, overwhelmingly rejected. Wow, 80% rejecting it. Slated to open in-person sports betting at major racetracks. I have to say this one is a very strange one, this Car Guru is very, very strange one. I was extremely fortunate to take a great short in this one pre-market, and then when the market, and I was out most of everything as it got close to that 9 level. Then I was watching this, and I escaped. This is just crazy what it did once the market opened. Meanwhile, here's another one. No shorts available for me. There are. See how they've come on now. Now, not that I'm going to pile into the short here. But now there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Hudi, HUDI, 79,000. Last week and the day before, last week, yesterday and the day before, I don't believe there were any, but obviously there's been a lot of short covering within Interactive Brokers. And so now there are, not that I want to take this now, I mean, you're chasing it down, but look at the nonsense of this one. 3 days ago, getting up to $200, 10. Gosh, what a short. Anybody had shorts up in here and just held on. I mean, but it's a super risk because you never know with these crazy ones with these low floats and high prices. You never, ever, ever know. How is Disney doing? From our YouTube room, somebody talking about Disney, BIS. Yeah. I mean, it's just, where is the next low looking left? Wow, can't even see it on the weekly chart. So, wow. So the next low looking left on the monthly chart is back in 2020. That's sort of pandemic. So that's a pandemic low right down at 78. Is GME also giving it up? Oof, in a big way. In a big way. So guys, just to put this in perspective, okay? I know a lot of you follow this GME, but to put it in some kind of perspective, they did a 1-for-4 forward split at around $160. This was up here, okay, and this is a reverse split adjusted, okay? So if you multiply that by 4, that's $88. So that is the price, remember, so they did the forward split at 100 around $160. This is now $88. And all the hoopla about, oh, we're going to do this forward split, make the stock cheaper. All the shorts are going to get killed, on and on and on. Same sort of nonsense with AMC. This is really getting destroyed now. Well, right now, MK, I'm concentrating more on shorts. Okay, so I mean, I can create short scans also. Next week, probably pay a lot more attention to the races as we start to get out of earnings season. Okay, but yeah, it's very cool because it creates that top list for you. But I'm short biased right now. We're showing everything. So Oh yeah, I mean, you could create. I wouldn't do it with these ones, but you could create a lot. Well, in fact, I've got it. I probably should have loaded it, but okay, races. Where are my races? I've got too many duplicates. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, so this is. I mean, I've got to find the large cap losers. Okay. Yeah, large cap losers based on the race. Let me see if I can just find it. Large. Here we go. Large cap losers from the open. Share it. Okay. Sorry. Share. Okay. Yeah. Just a reversal. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:11. Okay, EBS is turning into a bit of a bounce play now, guys. Okay, wow, a bit of one. That's a dollar bounce off the absolute lows, and that's EBS turning into a bit of a bounce play. My big miss, guys, is Upstart. No, it's not Upstart. It is Upstart. Okay, yeah, my big miss. I was watching this one, and it came in my gap down in reversal, and I forgot to put the price alert just over 16. Okay, what are you doing? RSKD, an earnings play. Don't know anything about this. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Israeli stock, not very much volume, 5 times normal, and that's 394,000 shares. So it doesn't trade very much. This is an earnings play. RSKD. There's the 200-day moving average. Five. Yeah, it's too close. Never seen this one, but what a gap! What a nice gap on earnings for it. RSKD. All right, here's another one, guys, that is trying to reverse. RVNC, another earnings play. RVNC, gap down and reverse. And it's got some room. 2151 or so is the next high looking left. So it does have some room. Earnings play, sure. PUBM earnings play, another gap down, and it is a lifetime low. PUBM lifetime low. Oof, okay. Lifetime low. PUBM earnings play. I think this is a game. This is a gaming stock of some sort, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it had something to do with gaming, but maybe wrong. PUBM. Another earnings play on the way down. NTRA, another earnings play. You too, Zaka, in our YouTube room. For some reason, I thought PUBM had something to do with gaming. But I don't see it. I do not see that in its description. So I guess not. Ah, what a great reversal for UPST. I mean, it may still may be a garbage. I don't know. I really don't know anything about these guys, but all I know is that they've been hit hard for months, it seems. I mean, I could read about them. Don't get me wrong. I could read about them, but this is not shortable for me. Cala is not shortable for me. Through the VWAP way up here, of course, through these little cross here, ADMA crossing down the 10 SMA, which I know is not the official cross. I know we should have the 20, I should have the 20 SMA here, but I don't. Yeah, looking at this histogram here for MAC, it is not giving me an indication to short it. It's all pretty strong right there. I guess I should have hopped on that Hootie short. But man, yeah, gold is something I just don't play at all. GFI, is it an earnings play though for it at least? No, yeah, I just don't. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, fabulous. I mean, fabulous. Look at this. Good one. 2 great days, GFI. All right, you guys are looking at UPSD as a potential short. It may have topped out here. Give me a moment, guys. Well, guys, I'm telling you, if this Mac takes out that VWAP, look at the histogram right here. You know, it's still really strong. Again, what is it telling me? It's telling me that the bullish candles are still definitely in charge. Bullish candlestick patterns are definitely still in charge here compared to the bearish. And there's the VWAP, 1216. I got to put an alert up here. Maybe 1222 and see if it takes that out. And that might, assuming this keeps here, that might get me long, Mac. And this is on all time frames. Well, not all time frames, but I also have a 5-minute chart tucked away, just looking at the histo on that. So it's not like a lower time frame might be showing something different. So what this is telling me is that, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of basing right here, but all this might be just pent up energy. It might be. I mean, but I'm going to wait and want to see if it takes out the VWAP and moves higher from there, and I'll probably take that trade. Yeah, skin is another one. I mean, another all-time low. Did you get down below 9? Not quite. So, takes out 9. I'm going to put an alert down here, 901 for skin. I want to see if it takes out 9 and just continues down. There's nothing holding it up. It's a lifetime low. Earnings play, lots of volume, big float. So it shouldn't be too wild in terms of volatility. Is it really? That was before. That's interesting. I did not know that. Let's see if it takes out the VWAP 1216. I don't really look at those are longer term trades typically, and they're a little for me they're a little more boring, but nonetheless interesting that it's there. Now, there's no way that, of course, when Michael does this, I mean, I'm surprised it is. I'm very surprised it is. The reason being is that there was no clue this was going to happen. Not it's not this week's. So it's not this week. So it must have been some previous week. But even then, I'm really surprised because unless it got looked at here, I'm very surprised it would be on that list because it's usually a combination of fundamentals and technicals, and I don't see any way that that could have been there. What list are you looking at, Pete? I'm not, like I'm not disputing you, but I mean, I'm just looking. Usually anything on that list will be over the 200-day moving average. Number one. Oh, I mean, she is just. I haven't looked at her fund for a while. Ouch. Okay, so that is not okay on the strength list. I don't know where you're getting that. So you're not talking about the strength alerts that get sent out Mondays. You're not talking about that. Where are you talking then? There must be some other scan you're talking about, which makes sense. Which makes sense. I mean, because obviously Mac is super strong today, but it's not as a long-term strength alert. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this histogram. It's still E window. What is an E window? A Market Explorer window? ME? You mean an ME window? Yeah, I guess that's because today it's on fire. You're talking about the Market Explorer? Yeah, so that's looking at, yeah, at today. I got it. Okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But I thought you were talking about literally like what we call the TI strength alerts that get sent out every Monday. So this is making an appearance, of course, today for the first time because no way it would have been. All right, guys, this Mac is getting really close here. There's the VWAP. Got to take the VWAP out. What's the deal? Well, here they are, Grumpy, right there. It's a new, it's an indicator I've been following now for about 5 days. Hopefully it can get released to you guys if you want to use it. Again, you've heard me talk about it, just ratio of bullish to bearish candlestick patterns. High bar means the ratio is in the bull's favor, low bar in the bear's favor. That's all it is. Is it infallible? Of course not. There's no magic indicator, guys, but I'm not an indicator guy, but I'm definitely intrigued by what this is trying to tell me. Not just here, but I mean in, other aspects that or other stocks that I've seen. I think somebody has just showed up in one of our other rooms. Is that correct? Candlestick patterns. Yes, it is based on candlestick patterns. Bearish versus bullish. So it's a ratio. Okay, guys, 11:33. So I just want to confirm it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes. I'm going to take my break. Now, I haven't gone over Brokerage Plus at all. Jamie uses Brokerage Plus, and he trades his E-Trade account. I have no idea how many candles it looks back. Okay, I didn't develop it. Michael Noss developed it, and I have no idea how many candles it looks back. And he may not tell you. I mean, it's a proprietary algorithm that he developed, and it's not like he's trying to keep it as a big secret, but But this is keeping me out of the Mac short. I mean, I'm really itching to short this Mac, but it is keeping me out of it. Ooh, OPRX, another earnings play, guys. Really little one, like sort of obscure. Let me see where this one could go. Hmm. No, it's up to Michael. It's up to Michael, okay? In terms of a release of it, I don't have any sort of a release date on it. Boy, this is interesting. Look left on this weekly chart for OPRX. Now, it's not very much volume, so you got to be careful because of the volume, and it's relatively low float. But wow, I mean, this is one of those ones that could really it gets sneaky because when you look left, the next high on the weekly chart is 25 something. It is Jamie. Yes. Okay. It is Jamie. How did Reels AKAM do? Oh, it didn't drop. It didn't drop. Interesting. Looked like that was pretty ripe. It was on that VWAP, but it didn't really take the VWAP out. So that should have kept people out of that potential short for AKAM. Yeah, it's too bad. People, I mean, whatever you think about Meta, Facebook, whatever, but this is going up because he axed a bunch of people. I mean, they probably should have, but now here's a China stock, guys. Not an earnings play. QFin is a China stock, and it's got room. I mean, well, it's a weekly chart. Sorry. Yeah, it still has a little bit of room. I mean, depends how much you're looking to potentially make in something like this. But the next highs are 1344, and this is a gap down and reversal play. But what is China doing? KWEB, take a look at KWEB. Is it? No. So, I mean, QFIN is really trading on its own as a China stock. It's not following the rest of the China market for whatever reason. Some volume came in. It's not an earnings play. It was earnings at the end of the month, but it's not an earnings play now. Okay, guys, give me one moment, a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Is there RADI news? Let's take a look. Oh, it's an earnings play. Wayne, it's, I mean, there's that. You know, if you're saying, is there a reason for this pop right now? Probably not, but it is an earnings play, so. The histogram for GFI, take a look at GFI. Well, now on the 15-minute, oh, it is starting to sink a bit. You can see right there. Okay. There's a high, these highs here, but it is starting to, now, again, this is not the be all and end all. I don't mean to say, therefore you should sell or short, okay? But I mean, it is telling me right now that after that little pop, that it is, there are more, I'm not saying right here there are more bears and bulls, but certainly there are more bears and bulls compared to here in terms of the candlestick pattern. Again, it's not the magic indicator. It's just, but at this point, but you can kind of tell. I mean, in theory, you can just kind of tell. Look at the topping tails here. Even though this is drifting down a little bit, I'm still not going to take this short in MAC until I see some big change here. And again, it may keep drifting down, and this may still be high. Again, it's not nothing is bulletproof completely. All right. Boy, this is so interesting. This ramp. Look how it's holding this 15, or sorry, the 19 level. I wish there was a more clean shot to at least 1960 or up here, 21. It just looks like there could be little pockets of resistance on the way. Look at Nio just getting clobbered here. Remember these 3 days? This is earnings actually tomorrow before the market opens. So this is in advance of earnings. Even though the histogram is suggesting, now this is how I'd be using it. Okay. Yeah, this is moving down. The histogram is suggesting though that there might be something underneath that we're not quite seeing. So I wouldn't take the long right now. What I'd wait for is to see if this stops and maybe turn, and then there's a green candle, and then maybe take the long there. Bulletproof. And as Michael said, it might be awesome, it might be useless. I mean, I'm still testing this. Well, down goes Riven. After that nice pop from Zach Scan, and basically it was following what the market was doing right here, but now its true colors are showing, and this is getting closer and closer to a lifetime low. The low down here is 28.62. It takes that out. I'm not sure where the next area of potential support could be. Let's get a weekly chart up. Looks like that week the low was 24.48. So that would have some room. So if it takes out that low on that daily chart, which is right here, 28.62, there's still a lot of room underneath for Riven to keep moving down if it wants to. What, another earnings play? Is this an all-time low? Not quite. Look at all these stocks nearing all-time lows. So here's another one, guys. SG, another earnings play, down 22%. 'Histogram is dropping here, so this is trying to tell me that there are definitely the bearish candles increasing in terms of the ratio to bullish candles. Wow, 11,000 people. Wow. Well, unfortunately, that's what the market wanted to hear or see and cut costs and all that. See, that's a big percentage move for Facebook with that float. 2.2 billion in the float. You don't generally get moves like this with Facebook. Now, we've had some in the past during its earnings, of course, but typically, unless you get some news, and like the news that hit or came out, Facebook is not going to move 8%. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Jamie will be in our YouTube room pretty soon. So, first of all, let me make sure I get that other room off mute. All right, I'll put my announcement in. And I will put the YouTube link in. This is in the main room, of course. You guys who are in YouTube, obviously don't have to click on it. Yeah, look at Mac. I mean, he's just hanging in there, It's keeping me out of the short. I love it. You know, I just like the fact that it's keeping me out of that short until I see a big drop in that in the histogram. Oh boy. Okay, SG went down. Histogram, guys. This is what got me really interested in it. Okay, I'm just waiting now for Jamie to show up. And there he is, Mr. in the middle of the night, DJ.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Jamie. How are you?
Hold on, I got to mute the other side here.
Okay. And I'll mute. Okay, guys, Jamie's in the room. I'm going to mute the main room now. Okay, so we'll see you guys back at about 1 p.m. Eastern time, of course.
Let me grab that screen, Barry.
Sure.
What an adventurous morning it's been. Oh, I got to tell you something real quick here. Hold on. Okay. I was listening in at the open and I heard you talking about a thin stock, but I didn't really know which one you were referring to because I was distracted. Well, as soon as I saw Kayla hit highs today, sometimes there's a disadvantage of being too fast on the keys. And boy, let me tell you, I hit that thing, and by the time it hit my blotter, I was down 40 cents.
Oh, really? Kayla, it
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
that one. It was NRBO. That was NRBO that I was talking about. Very, very thin, only about 500,000 in the float. This is
Oh,
very
yeah.
low though, too. 1.23 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes it's the difference in one keystroke between a good day,
Yep.
a bad day, and a great, anywhere in between. Fortunately, I had some trades that made up for that and was able to repair the damage. But
Yeah.
boy, that one got
Scary.
me today.
You know what? Take a look at Cargo, CARG. I'm gonna. I've not really seen anything quite like this. This is one that I was all over in the pre-market. I
I
took
heard
the.
that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh my gosh. As you know, Jamie, I never tell anybody to do what I do. But I took that short in the pre-market only because it was down over 10%. I didn't want to get nailed by the uptick rule, and it was an all-time low. Everything looked great. I did really well on it, and and then look at that opening candle
And the halt.
nonsense.
There was a halt.
And then halt.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was looking at the halt, I'm looking at the bid on my time and sales and interactive brokers, and they were, I mean, not that they'd happened, they were projecting like a $25 open, and it was halted at 10 something. And I'm going, thank goodness I'm out of that trade. But you just never ever know.
Yep, crazy
Just
things
never
do
know.
happen. Yeah,
Absolutely.
earnings season starts to wind down a little bit.
Yeah, this is the last big week. Next week we're down to about 250 companies, and I think it just gets, but the last 2 weeks have been unfreaking believable.
Yes, they have lots of big movers.
Lots of big movers. Okay,
All
my
right,
friend, I'll
sir.
let you go.
We'll see you
And
back
now,
here when you get back.
yeah, can you stay to one, or do you have to leave
Oh,
earlier?
no, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay,
we'll see you then.
cool. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second here, make a few adjustments. And a pen would be nice. There we go. Okay, so I'm assuming everybody can see and hear okay. Got the chat pulled up here. All right, so if you have any questions, just use the questions panel to get them in there. And this is one good trade that held up today. Or is trying to hold up. Well, I'm speaking too soon here. The RDO, nice little mover from the open. Taking its pullback now. We might come and visit this 10 period here. We'll see. If it does, I'll be stopped out of my last little bit here. But boy, there were some pretty good moves today. Of course, the market acting funky down here at these levels. Volume's pretty much dried up to nothing, but at least the bottom is in for now, and struggling to get back above that 10 period on the 15 there. Notice the nice kiss on the 130 moving average down here. Perfect wick and bounce right there. How you doing, Jacques? Yeah, if it weren't for the Kayla, I'd be having an exceptional day. This is the one I was talking about when it busted this high right here. I'm just so used to hitting that stock. But I was a little too eager today. And as soon as I bought it up here, literally by the time the position hit my blotter, I was down probably 40 cents or so. Anyway, managed it, took a larger than normal loss. But there were some other good ones, and those were, let's see here. Ramp did pretty well for me. Still in a little piece of this one. Bought the break right about here. BVNT also did well before it pulled back. Break on that level right there. Up, up, and away. The one I was a little disappointed with, GRWG. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more here. Let's see, right about here. Got into it right here. Nice move. I was thinking to myself at the time, if we get above the 35-ish level, might make a run for that 200 period. But I'd say greed got the best of me on that one. Didn't, only ended up making about half as much as I was up. But oh well, you never know which ones keep going and which ones are going to stall out at the technical levels that the chart is showing us. Hey, Raj, how are you? good morning or good afternoon, depending on your time zone. A lot of stocks with promise this morning, but we're all at the whims of the great magnet, which is the S&P, kind of tapping everything down. Quite looked like it was going to have some decent moves. Notice we have to break. A lot of times we get to pull back to that level, hitting highs here. Had some decent room, but of course, a lot of wicks being put in on these daily candles as these things pull back today. A lot of things going on in the marketplace. Other than the elections last night, had one of the largest crypto exchanges implode, FTX, which is causing ripples all throughout the crypto world and the stocks that are attached to that industry. So a lot going on here. All right, questions panel is open. If you guys have a question, don't be shy. What a pullback on an ARQQ. Topping out at 1060-ish. And then 1 5-minute candle peels off a point. And this PRDO right here, let's see here. I do believe, well, a few more cents and I'll be stopped out of my last lot on this one. Got to stop at 93. Looks imminent, but we'll see. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. I think it was CDLX yesterday, or this might have been it. No, I can't remember the symbol from yesterday, but it was looking very similar. Let's see. Yeah, this cocoa looked like it might bust out earlier. There was another one like this the other day, yesterday, that did work. Of course, twice in a row. This one failed. No love on cocoa. Remember a long time ago, this symbol used to be something else. It used to be a company called Corinthian College. But they went boom, boom. And somebody else got the symbol. All right, so this is the high ticker that I have attached to all my race stocks that I've added to my like list. But this window right here is a window that Andy made last Thursday, I believe, looking for short stocks or stocks too short. So we're going to review here, just take a gander at some of these. A little too thin there after the first 30 minutes. PNFB, no love on that one. So this just goes to show you whether you're hitting shorts or longs today, the market is definitely finicky. That's a decent one right there and boot, but you had to sit a nice little wiggle. Sun, nice little downtrend from 57.41 down to 57. Top, one of the race stocks from the other day, having a big up day as it tries to reclaim this area here. Now taking a visit back to it. All right, since it's quiet out there, has anybody out there been consistently using the races in any part of their methodology or strategy, whatever you'd like to call it? DWAC having a big day yesterday, or excuse me, day before yesterday, but going down on green candles. Perfection on the technical level there. And I believe I'm out of my last batch of PRDO. Was a nice run. Thanks for the memories, PRDO. You know, and you've probably heard Barry talk about this. When this thing was hitting highs, right about here, and that is an accurate wick, I believe, 1306. So yeah, in the first 15 minutes, this thing wicked all the way down to 6. Then we got a nice tight consolidation. I'm like, I'll have me a piece right here. Um, there wasn't a whole lot of room on the chart. You know, maybe 2 or 3 cents when it broke here. Then every time it hit a new high, there was only 2 or 3 cents of room. But sometimes they just keep chewing through those little levels, and PRDO is a perfect example of that today. But typically what I'm doing is I'm looking at my next I column, either percentage, well, I've got both of them, dollar value and percentage value. So I'm looking for the juicier trades that set up nicely on the intraday. But every once in a while, if they look real tight and the risk is relatively low, even though it's saying, hey, there's only 1 or 2 cents worth of room, I'll go ahead and take that chance. And sometimes they pay off when the risk is low. Good for you, Peter. And if you're using them every day, you're probably getting some good information from them. I know since I've kind of tightened up my technique here, which basically I'll just kind of hash over my technique with using these races. As you can see right here, I've got 3 races up, and then I've got 2 more on my other screen that you cannot see. Pardon me while I dispatch that text. Um, but my methodology is relatively simple. As soon as the market opens, every time I see a stock win a race, and all of my races are 1-minute races, I simply come up here and like the stock. So in the first 25 to 30 minutes, I'm not looking to make any entries. My job is just simply to collect all the symbols, and then this window is attached to that list. So when 25 minutes, 30 minutes into the market rolls around, I come down here and I unmute because I've got voice, speech to text, text to speech active in this window. And as soon as I see stocks hitting highs, like for example, PRDO, if we duplicate this window and just kind of examine PRDO here, and that's the 9 o'clock. All right, so voila. I get the alert, PRDO hitting a high. I pull it up. I'm like, ooh, I like that. Why do I like it? Because we've got this nice tight consolidation and it's breaking out of it. All right, on the 5-minute intraday. Boom. So that's where I got long right there. Now, what was my risk? Okay, if this thing rolled on me, what was I willing to give up? Well, if this is the entry candle here, 5, 10, 15, this candle right here is the lowest point of the prior 15 minutes, and that is my stop loss. All right. So that is my risk area right here. Risk area. And look at the reward area here. Well, I dropped the line, but it dropped it down here. So this is just textbook right here. All right. Risk area. How many times could we put that risk area into the reward area? Many times. Now, did I top ticket? Nope. I got out of a little bit right here when it started weeping. Gave up about, I don't know, 6 cents from the high there. And then set my stop at 93 for the next one. So I gave up a little bit, but just a perfect example of what I look for. Mac put me on a bedtime. Let's look at the Mac. Yeah, I think I see what you're seeing here. I mean, the high was put in up here. Then we had the low put in. Now, of course, we had a massive gap on this guy right here. So I'm taking it you were short, TT? Hey, Sev. Voice to speech. Yes. So, for example, we can only use text to speech with alert windows, which is what this guy right here is. So that in the AI panel, okay? Let me see where my AI panel is here. There we go. Okay, so two areas where we can use text to speech. First is just in the alert window. So if I right click and hit configure, actually not configure, right click properties, actions. Here's where we can set up the sound, okay? So you can see my built-in sound is text to speech. That's what I have checked right here. So you can also use these little stock noises that are just beeps and boops, but text to speech is what you get right here. And as long as you check that option, anytime a symbol comes through, hitting a high, it's going to use the voice. Now the other area is the AI trade blotter. Only one trade on the blotter today for the AI. And if we go to actions, we can set up the sound for the AI as well here. So text to speech on the AI trade blotter and text to speech on alert windows. Sorry, give me one moment here. It's funny how my text lights up at this hour. They know I'm in here. Okay. So, Sev, hopefully that showed you what you need to see there. All right, ramp, VVNT. Notice this was the level on ramp. Thought this one was going to move a little bit more, but just wasn't meant to be. But once again, there's the break at the 1873 level. Got up past 19. This one had some nice room, but ran into resistance right here. VVNT. So you see what I'm looking for here. All of these patterns that I was in this morning are going to resemble this. Now, just a little kind of background here. Before the races came along, it was really, well, I wouldn't say hard is the right word to describe this. It was just there was too much information that I had to sift through to find these perfect ones. All right. So never really thought the races would aid in that process, but it sure helped me reduce the universe of symbols that I'm trying to manage every morning from literally having to look at literally hundreds of stocks and maybe finding two or three that met the criteria where the timing was just right. So now with my races, all I'm doing is collecting symbols in the first 30 minutes, sometimes a little bit longer, but it greatly reduces my universe. By the way, I haven't even looked to see how many I archived from this morning. So let's do a little experiment here. If I can find my toolbar. Oh, I don't want the calculator. Hold on one sec. I want the spreadsheet. There we go. Okay, 47 stocks was my universe to watch this morning. All right, 47 symbols in this list. So big difference there. Hundreds, maybe even 1,000 in the universe that I was watching previously before races made their appearance. And now my universe is reduced to 47 as of this morning. And that's kind of right in the middle. Could be as little as 30, 35. On the high end, it could be in the 60s, right? Came in at 47 today. And out of 47 candidates, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Out of 47 stocks to watch, I was in 10 trades today. Even this little guy right here had promise. Well, there we go. I hit this one pretty early. And it looked like it had plenty of room and it worked pretty well. Thought we were going to get a little bit more into this candle because we were well above there, but look what came and tapped it right down the 10 period on the daily. Let me see where that was. Orders today. Just going back to see. I was like, that doesn't look right. Here's, okay, the run up, the consolidation, 428, 429 is where I hit that one. It got up to 440, but I had room, got a little stubborn, made a little bit on this one before it rolled back over. But this one had about a point of potential room in it. But when I was in the blotter of 10 positions, it was very noticeable. When the SPY was taking this little leg up, things were looking rosy. But boy, everything's getting pulled around by the SPY today. So I had some big fluctuations. It just wasn't meant to be today. Actually, it would have been a perfect day, just like the past previous 7, 8 trading days that I've had using these races. But as I was describing to Barry, can be the difference between one keystroke, one over-aggressive keystroke, and that's what got me this morning. And also, too, that's part of your methodology. Usually when I'm pulling a stock up and the pattern looks good, my next go-to is down here to my single stock window. And I'm looking at the volume on the 5-minute, and I'm looking at relative volume. Next thing I do is I glance over at my level 2 that I've got pulled up. Really, the level 2 doesn't matter, but it's level 1, whatever you look at. But I want to make sure the spread isn't too big. All right. If the spread's too big, I'll downsize. And you know, preconceived notions. Let me explain a little bit about that because that's what got me this morning on that Kayla. I even told the guys in the chat, I'm like, okay, Kayla is the big volume freak today because this was higher, and look at this 5-minute volume. Now, most of the time, it's okay, right? But on Kayla, check out the wicks before. The spread wasn't so bad, but I was just a little too aggressive. The spread was larger than I liked, but the algos just moved it down so fast that it was already a done deal. Now, that's not the norm, but it happened today, and it'll get you from time to time, especially if you're playing the intraday game. But lesson learned: be a little bit more patient. Don't be too excited to hit the keys. And that just goes to show you, I've been doing this for a long time, and you still get excited. But that's also a good thing. All right, Patrick, I see your question here. Da, 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 da. Okay, so Patrick, I'll flip to 15-minute candles late in the day, but I've grown quite fond of the 5-minute time frame. Okay, so let's go back and look at PRDO again. Of course, we'll go back to here. That was the 9. Yeah, the 9 o'clock tick. Okay, so when I hit PRDO, as it was wicking, just getting out of that range there. Let me just expand this out a little bit. Okay, so since we're watching 5-minute candles, this is the entry candle here. Okay, what I do is I just look at the lowest point of the prior 15 minutes. 5, 10, 15, this is pretty much all the same low. We had a low of 1346, 1347, and 1346. Okay, so I'll just put my stop a penny or two below the low of the prior 15 minutes. Now, if we, flip this to 15 minutes, we're seeing the same pattern. We just have less candles. So it would still be the low of this 15-minute candle, but we only have one candle to consult. I just like being able to see more candles the closer we are to the open, right? It's just my preference. More candles, a bit more granular for what I like, right? So let me know if that makes sense. But regardless of the time frame you're using, whether you're using 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5-minute, or 15-minute candles, my stop loss is always going to be the low of the prior 15 minutes. Oh, look at this little guy trying to get frisky. Oops, how did that happen? Just tried to drop a line there. But this little guy is trying to break out. Now, is it going to continue? Is it going to get out of here and keep going? Well, I typically don't, sometimes I'll play these, sometimes I won't. But if AMRS does continue, look at what my next high is telling me. You got $1, potential of $1, 57%. Yeah, that's a little pie in the sky because that means it would close that whole gap. That's what it's looking at, right? So it's like, okay, gap down, and if we cover that gap, there's $1 potential. Now, sometimes they go their full potential. Sometimes they do not. But, as far as risk goes, if we took the trade here at a buck 77, 5, 10, 15, we're looking at risking 8 cents or 9 cents. If we put a stop in at a buck 68, 5, 10, 15, the low of that candle was a buck 69. So it's a low risk trade. Let's see here. I'll put a little bit on the blotter just so we'll have something to entertain us here. Okay. I just bought a smidge at 1.7649. You never know. Risk is low. I don't really expect it to do anything, but hey, something to keep an eye on while we're here. Obviously, the market did not like the earnings from yesterday. Nice little haircut. Yeah, Patrick, I was using 15s for the longest time, but kind of regressing back to my roots as a scalper since the races came into play. Okay, we're getting a little pickup from this AMRS. Tapping out at 179 and zoom all the way back down. Not exactly a small float here. Well, what in the? Huh. You know, I'm trading through Schwab right now, and I opened that little position just for funsies, and it just sold it. I didn't even do anything. And see, that happened to another position earlier this morning that I was in. I'm like, I didn't sell that. So something's going on over there today. Huh. Interesting. Oh well. We'll have to look into that further. Oh well. Things happen. I mean, there's a chance I could have not been looking and hit a button, but I'm usually pretty pay attention well. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. That is really odd. I'm gonna have to archive a screenshot for those people. Give me 1 second. Okay. We'll deal with them later. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, ladies and gents, sorry about that. Duty was calling. All right, you guys are awful quiet today. Usually the YouTube room shows me how many people. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, decent little crowd in there. So if you do have a question, don't be shy. No quarter for the S&P just yet. I don't really expect a move below this level unless these volume levels pick up or some kind of news might come out. But one would think we'll toe that line again. Go visit that 130 period, perhaps 1-2 times already. Go knock on that door 3 times, it might open. Oh, it saw me pull it up. As soon as I looked at it, there we go. So nothing to write home about, but the trade is working. Will it continue? We shall see. Certainly got the volume in it, but once again, 200 million in the float. Hefty relative volume, and 5-minute volume doesn't look real high, just glancing at these volume bars, but it's almost 10 times normal. Well, what are you doing there to me? You had a bunch of these dash symbols coming across this morning. This is obviously linked. There we go. I actually pondered buying some of this at this level here, but due to the symbol inconsistencies between us and Schwab, I couldn't get it to pull up. Of course, that's the way it always works. That would have been a nice little, 560-ish up to 637. Massive little move there. Interesting move on WOW. A little too stretchy. ETF, ultra short oil and gas. A lot of the energy names have been getting hammered pretty good as of late. This was on my list, but it never set up properly. Popped a high there, but pretty garbagey. Quite a few strategies in this multi-strat window here. Yeah, I hear you, Peter. I hear you. It was an interesting morning for yours truly. Of course, they're always interesting, but had to dig out of a little hole this morning. Fortunately, I was able to fill it back up. Minimal damage. And we'll just wait for tomorrow. Yeah, so AMC was all the hullabaloo yesterday as they reported earnings after the market. And you can see here from the daily, you got a nice little pop and now a gap down, and just looks like the slides that you used to ride when you were kids at the water park. Zoom, zoom. Not a bad short play today. Of course, if you peg the real lows, you go early with candle bodies, 527. You wait for the real lows with the wicks, about a dime later, and then a nice continuation. Now, notice my 10 period on the 5-minute seems to work well also with stocks that are in, you know, that have momentum to the up and the downside. And of course, well below it on the 15. But on the 5, pretty much hugging it like a glove. So the 10 period is useful on multiple time frames. Of course, looking at the daily too. And then, of course, AMC, heard that they unleashed not too long ago, affectionately calling it Ape. Not a bad little short setup there. Of course, it's so low dollar now, might not even be borrowable at most places. And you're only getting a, what, 12-cent move there? Not to scoff at a 12-cent move, but you need to be in a little bit of size for it to matter. And it sure looks like we want to go test those lows again. Well, let's say we do. Let's say we do go test those lows and start to peck through. I mean, we got the 50 right here. We got the 20 right here. So a little bit of room, but not much. Maybe another 2 points at the worst if we do break down. Of course, we wicked right through it, back up again a few days back. Reclaimed the 50 yesterday, testing it again today. And if this doesn't hold, perfect correlation with what you're seeing with a 130 period on the 15 and the 20 period here. All right, we got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. And boy, this is very odd that none of the stocks, I mean, they're done. None of them are hitting highs, not even one. Usually there's at least one or two that'll keep on trucking, but not today. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. Was in a little bit here. I was like, man, this thing's gonna rip. Of course, it did. I was up nicely in it, 260-ish, 265, 267, up to 290. But if you didn't take it, grind it back down. Which leads me to another observation. Okay, my 15-minute, or excuse me, my opening 15-minute compare count window, which is looking at advancers versus decliners on any stock with a market cap of 4 billion or higher. This was my read after the first 15 minutes. Now, typically when I see a bearish count, what am I thinking? When you're up nicely, take the money. When you're up nicely, take the money. That's exactly what we see in a lot of these stocks today. Now, if this had been reversed, we might have had some continuation or at least a little support at those levels. But typically, the correlation, you get the big running stocks, and it's typically when the compare count is 55% or higher. That's when I'll be a lot more patient with my exits. But today, it was a take it while it's there day. And if it weren't been for my little snafu and Kayla, it pretty much would have been a nice, decent winning day. They said it was just a struggle to get it back. And for those of you who do scalp, you know that as a trader, you go into a different mode. Nobody can explain it really when you're trying to dig out of a hole. Like, why can't you just start like that from the beginning? Well, it's just not the way the human mind operates, I guess. And it's eerily quiet. Let's see where GrowWig ended up. Yeah, looking good, looking good. And then in 15 minutes, it was over. Less than 15 minutes. Entry point here. Stocks go up on the escalator. They come down in the express elevator. That's the way they do it. Yeah, that was some crazy action on that Cargill or CarGurus. This is that gap Barry was talking about on the halt. VVNT actually holding up pretty well. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one popping highs before the day is out, assuming we don't get a flush on the SPY. Quat holding up relatively decent. DDD, nice run, but never set up. This little guy's had a nice day. A bus opening at 234, getting all the way up to 256. Not a bad, almost 10% move.
Jamie.
Barry.
Jamie.
You almost scared. I almost jumped out of my seat just then.
Really? I said it. I didn't go Jamie. I went
No, I know
Jamie.
my volume was turned up too high.
It's funny. So, my friend, let's see what's happening
It's
here.
very, very
It's fun.
quiet, Barry.
Well, I keep watching this Mark, or not Mark, but Mac,
Yeah.
Mack.
Hmm.
Now, you've probably heard me talk about this histogram, this TI pattern recognition that is still not available for people. I don't know if you've got it up and running. It's just it's one of the indicators now that we have access to. Customers don't. I don't. Have you heard me talk about it at all?
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of it in the trader thread, but
Okay.
I was like, wonder what Barry's talking about.
Well, if you add it, okay, and in a separate pane, so it's called TI pattern recognition.
Okay.
And I've got it on a 15-minute chart. It doesn't really matter where you put it, but I've got it on a 15-minute chart. And if you look at MAC right now, MACK right now,
Yeah.
and you see how it just sort of flattened right out between, say, 1180 and 12.
Yeah.
Now, I've been looking to short this,
Hmm.
okay? I have actually been looking to short this. It's a little bit under the VWAP. But if you did, in fact, why don't I just share my screen? You don't have to add
Yeah.
it.
Go ahead.
I'll
Go
just
ahead.
start to share my screen again, okay? Then you'll see what I'm talking about completely. StreamYard, I'll take over. Okay, so look at Mac on that 15-minute. I'll get a big one up here so you can really see what I'm talking about. I find it very intriguing. So let me get Mac up. Okay. So the theory behind the histogram is that it compares bullish candlestick patterns to bearish candlestick patterns, and it creates a ratio.
Hmm.
So a high bar that you see here means that the bulls are way, in terms of a ratio, a very high ratio compared to the bears. Okay. Down here, it would be, the reverse as an
Right.
example. Now, so I've been looking to short this, but this is keeping me out of this short. Until I would see something that really catastrophically changes, I would be out of the short. But I'm actually looking to go long if it goes over this VWAP, because to me, there might be just something percolating here. We're just not seeing the move yet, but these bullish candlestick patterns, and Michael created this. So he takes a look at all sorts of different bullish candlestick patterns, versus bullish, versus bearish, hanging man, and all the other names that I don't even know anything about.
Right.
And he just throws them into an algorithm, and it generates this histogram. And
Ah.
so I'm finding it really interesting. It's keeping me out of the short. It's saying, you shouldn't be shorting this. Now, like, nothing is bulletproof, as you know, Jamie. But I've been testing this now since I think Thursday, excuse me, last Thursday, and
Hmm.
it's really, really interesting. It keeps me. If I were in a trade, for instance, say I was in this trade right now and I got in down here, I would be in this. I would be keeping in the trade until something dramatically happened on that histogram. Um, if I wanted to short something, if I were short something, a lot of times I could see some action on the chart, which would get me a little bit nervous, and I might want to get out of my position. I look at the histogram, and if nothing has really changed, it keeps me in the trade a little bit longer. It's just kind of intriguing to me. But this is one that I'm just waiting to see whether or not all of this bullish starts to turn into a pop down the road. As
Right. And I
one
mean,
example.
obviously it's wedging up, but this little widget helps you get more granular on it. Yeah.
I guess it gets me a little more granular, but it keeps me out of the short because I've been itching to short this. I'll be
Right. Right.
honest. I
Right.
mean, I've been just itching to short this, but you know what? I'm not going to jump the gun unless something happens here.
Now,
So
what would have to
anyway,
happen on the histogram down there for you to
well, I
flip
think
to
what would
short?
have to happen is I'd have to see like a very small bar.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, as opposed to something, doesn't have to be, like one of these ones earlier on in the day, but something that maybe, even if you can see what I'm doing here,
Hmm.
like that bar right there, those 3 4 bars right there, give me something that looks dramatically different from what we've been seeing over the last
Interesting.
several hours.
Interesting.
See, look how it just jumped up again.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know if you
Okay.
saw that.
I'll
just
have to get
jumped
that
up again.
installed on mine and start watching it as well.
Yeah, so it's called indicators, and it's called, and again, unfortunately, everybody listening, we don't have it yet available for you guys, but it's called TI pattern recognition.
Okay.
And I blundered on it last week. Michael had created this months and months and months ago, and he'd even forgotten he created it. And I blundered on it last week when I was trying to change something else on my indicators, and I
Okay.
clicked on this, and I said, "Well, what's this?" You know, and so I contacted Michael and he said, "Oh man, I forgot I even did this." Well, it's a comparison of bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. And I said, "Okay." And I started watching it, and I found it very intriguing. And I'm not an indicator guy at all.
I will have to toy around with that one myself.
Yeah, you can put it on different time frames, of course. But it doesn't look that much different on a 5 minute. That much different. There's a 5 minute. It's not like I'm seeing anything now. So it is helpful maybe to have it on one smaller time frame to see if something starts to happen. Like right there, you saw that bar just move down a little bit. But I've been sticking with the 15, and we'll see what happens with this. But I am intrigued by it. But I'll let you go now. It's now 101, so you can go now if you want.
Yep, got a few things to tend to, but yeah, definitely interesting. I will add that one and start sharing my observations with you.
Yeah.
Um, and may you have a profitable rest of the day, Barry, and everybody else as well. It'll be interesting to see if the SPY.
Andy, Jamie,
It'll be interesting
Andy, and Jamie.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Just call me Jammy,
AJ,
Jandy.
Jandy. Okay.
All right, Barry. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Still look at this Mac, guys. I mean, I was talking to Jamie in our YouTube room about Mac. I refuse to believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's that simple. I mean, it's going to go one way or the other. This histogram is still telling me that it's these bullish candlestick patterns on a ratio to the bearish ones are still very high. It's not moving at all. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to keep an eye on this. Put a couple of price alerts, right? One on top, one on the bottom, and see if it breaks one way or the other. Because again, I refuse to believe it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day. That float, 13 million in the float, so it's relatively low. It's traded 28 million. It had news, phase 3 pancreatic cancer drug, and so that's all I'm really watching right now. As the market makes its way down again. And tomorrow, of course, CPI day. So that should be another interesting day to see what happens when those CPI numbers are released. You see, I'm looking at Cala. I'm looking at this histogram. I'm not saying a big jump. If I saw a big bar all of a sudden, I say, okay, maybe now's the time. Though, as always, the histogram is not the only thing you have to look at. Okay, the histogram may tell you, something might be happening. Then you got to check the charts. And first thing I see is that purple line, which is the VWAP. Consequently, I wouldn't take the trade. Because the VWAP is just hanging over it. The same thing with the MAC. I mean, the MAC, even if I thought, well, you know what, all this looks pretty good, why not just take the trade? Problem is, there's the VWAP, 1214, just over it. Don't take the trade. Oh, wow. Well, I say a miss. I mean, we had a lot of these. Look at Skin now. I mean, Skin, the original alert was at earnings play. Where was the original alert for me? So in this gap continuation or reversal that I'm sharing, so there's Skin 1011, at 9:46. So that would have that would have been something I would have looked at because it was after the first 15 minutes and, just probably too many. But look at that, 10, 11, 8:45 now. And of course, it's a lifetime low. And it did not show up in my 10-day daily breakdown because my minimum relative volume filter is at 8. Not that I had to see it there, but that's why it did not show. All right, we have a halt here, guys. NMM on the way down. Starting to get a lot more halts on the way down now. After the first one. So here's MNPR. MNPR halted on the way down, and this doesn't look like there are any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Number one. This is a gap up on reverse. And so I'm saying, well, why is it so late? Now, the problem sometimes can be if you have a big topping tail or a bottoming tail on that opening candle. Because for me to see this as a gap up and reverse, it has to take out the low of the day. Had the bottoming tail been, a lot higher, we would have seen this one in a lot better position. But now you could take my maybe I don't know how many different alerts you're going to get, but this is all based on either the high and the low of the day, other filters in place. But you might say, okay, well, why don't I have an alert for a new 5-minute low, as an example, or a new 15-minute low? And in that case, you wouldn't have to wait for the low of the day. I have to keep making sure that my computer is still running. I know it's running, but I'm just not seeing a lot of activity. I mean, this Mark is not Mark, Mac. Mac is pretty interesting stuff, guys. Do not lose sight of it one way or the other. It will not stay here. Now there's okay, PXMD. Now you see, if I look at the histogram here, it was increasing right about here on this candle, okay? You can't chase it now, but it was starting to increase, and that you might have said to yourself, okay, I'll take the trade right around here because it was starting to increase. It hadn't run away yet. Problem is I didn't see it here. This NRBO has been pretty, since the high of 192, and it gets down to 153. Had a nice pop up here again, but it's starting to make higher or lower highs, guys. So, and again, it's below the VWAP. So, all right, here's another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, November 8th. So, yeah, earnings play. After hours yesterday, no reaction whatsoever. Didn't really trade in the pre-market. Waited for the market to open. A lot of volume. I mean, tons of volume. Not an all-time low yet. Look how many of these companies that are releasing earnings, especially these smaller ones, right near their lifetime lows. Wow, Bitcoin now 16.9. Wow. I know some of you were in this or looking at GFI earlier, GFI, Goldfields. Little pullback, holding over the VWAP still. But look at that histogram. It's kind of telling me, you know what? We might be due for a little bit of a fall here. Somebody asked earlier about GFI, about the histogram, and you can see how it is falling. Again, it's not bulletproof. Doesn't mean this is not going to continue higher, but I am using it as a bit of a gauge. Well, I tried to get this LFST, but it wouldn't give it to me where I wanted it, the uptick rule. Lots of shares available. Well, not a lot, but there are 52,000 Interactive Brokers, but they would not give it to me where I wanted it. Well, interesting. SG is coming into that VWAP, 1405. It's not far from the VWAP. Ah, I don't know where this is going, but if it ever, I mean, they just wouldn't give it to me. I was trying to get it at 526, shorting at 526, just would not give it to me. Wow, look at XPEV. Lifetime low, basically a lifetime low, guys. XPEV, I mean, the lifetime low is here. Wow. I can't think of one EV play that's been say within 25% of its lifetime high right now. I'm sure there must be some, but oh yeah, Nicola or but take your pick, ride. Riven at least probably Riven is well, it's not near, it's nowhere near. No, look at that, 5.6%. That's because I mean they had some of these crazy moves higher. I get it, but still. Ah, this LFST is turning would have been awesome on a percentage basis. Anybody get this? Anybody a little more patient? Well, I don't know what patience, but it's that stupid uptick rule. Okay, a couple of questions in our YouTube room. How much am I paying for real-time data? Um, I don't know, $9, $9 maybe. The reason I say that is that I've had this program now for almost 6 years, and I haven't really looked at it since. I think it might be $9 for real-time data. Canadian, not much. Whatever it is, it's sort of incidental. Okay, so now can I explain what basis Trade Ideas identifies a stock that is gapped up or down before the market open, especially CVNA? Okay. Well, when you say on what basis, I mean, okay, so in order to see something like this in the pre-market, I mean, it's pretty simple. I've got my pre-market actives up and down, my pre-market layout here. So I mean, it's still running, but remember, at whatever time I open Trade Ideas, the change from the close is sort of the same as the gap in the pre-market. Okay, it would be the same. It'd be the same thing. So in order to identify any stock that is sort of gapping in the pre-market, gapping meaning above yesterday's close, real simple. You just sort on the change from the close, and these are the ones on the way down. So you just sort on the change from the close column. And so I see the ones right off the bat. So the very first thing I look at is what ones are up the most in the pre-market. Call it a gap, call it whatever you want. Now the gap, the true gap definition though, of course, is the first print of the day. The first trade of the day, that is the true definition of the gap. But I mean, if the stock just before that in the pre-market is at the same price, I mean, that's in essence it's going to be the same gap amount. But so when I look at this, the gap continuation or reverse, okay? Let's see if I can will it work that way. No, okay. So if I break one of these out, gap up and reverse. If I break one of them out, this is probably not a bad one to open. So open the alert window. So no, I think I put it in somewhere. Just give me a moment. Okay, you go over here. I'm going to shut this down. Okay, so here's my gap up and reverse. Okay, so here are the filters as an example. So the open has to be at least 50 cents above the previous close, and also that has to represent at least 4% above the previous close. Remember, this is the open has to be at least, so if a stock closed at say $1.50 yesterday, the first trade of the day when the market opens has to be at least $2, as an example. Okay. And of course, that would be way more than 4% in this case. But so that identifies the gap situation. I think people get confused because they see a stock that's running and they say, well, why didn't that show up on the gap? Well, because it didn't gap. It may have started the day very close to where it closed yesterday, and then it started running from there. So that's not a big gap up. Make sense, TT? Now, I did create a scan quite a while ago. Let me see if I still have it. Let me see if I still have it. Okay, small gap breakout. Okay, so this would perhaps catch stocks that don't have a big gap, but run all day. No, I shouldn't say it run all day, but they're running. Okay, but the gap was small, but they're running. Let me just see what this one might look like. See what sort of alerts we would have got from it. So small gap breakout. So let's take a look at the filters. So in this case, I am limiting the gap. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah. No, I see now. I see now. So in this case, I'm limiting the gap, okay? So I'm saying I don't want the gap to be any more on a percentage basis on either side. It has to be less than 1% on either side. So in other words, no big giant 10% gap on the first trade of the day. Has to be, but now the change from the open is at least 3% at some point. So small gap, but then it starts to run. And then if this filter requirement is met, now it's 3% from the open and other things, making a new high or low, and current volume, etc. I'm also looking for stocks that are above yesterday's high or below yesterday's high. So let's take a look. Let's do a history and see what sort of alerts we would have had from this. Okay, so this looks like the start. So there's HUDI, HUDI. That probably was the first one. So that opened very close. Well, the filter requirements were met. It did not open 1% below yesterday's close, but then it started to move down. Okay, there's Hootie as an example. And you can see over and over, GFI is probably a good example. Again, GFI did not have a big gap up on its opening trade, and then it moved. Again, does it mean that it's going to keep moving higher and higher? Of course not. There's ARWR. See, that didn't happen until 10:36. So again, a small did not gap. First print was not. I mean, it looks like it, all right, but it's not. Okay. Remember, that's the opening trade right there. Whoops. ARWR. That's the opening trade right there. Okay, 33.11, I guess. So that's very close to where it closed. And then at this point, it was down 3% from that opening trade. That's why you'd get the alert there. Now, did it continue down from there? No, it actually popped up. DBH, TP, and so what happened with this one, 1116? So again, it did not gap up. There was a close yesterday. It was not a big change on that opening trade. Now, you see it didn't trigger because I've got this alert here or filter. It also has to be above yesterday's high. I mean, it's not mandatory. I mean, you can do anything you want, of course. I just put it so it has to be above yesterday's high also. And then it was only here when it was up 3% from the actual opening trade. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's just sort of, people get like, well, I want to find them, but I don't want to find them after they've already gapped up on that first trade 10%. You can take a look at this and you can kind of see what, the sort of alerts you get. You may not care if it's above yesterday's high, as an example. I'm not sure if a new 5-minute high, you're talking about a 5-minute high, TT? I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. You're talking about a 5-minute high alert? Because there are only certain alerts that work in the pre-market. And I'm not sure the 5-minute works in the pre-market, as an example. Hey guys, NRBO is coming right back up. It is coming right back up. Boy, that's an impressive move from here. Last time we looked, I was saying, it was making lower highs, but this is an impressive move. And look at the histogram, and also probably, yeah, some increase in volume. Okay, now look at the histogram. Just a little bit of a downturn. It's still pretty high though for MAC, MACK. It's still not enough. If I saw the next, if this were still hanging in this area and I saw the histogram say moves down, you know, maybe about to that level, that might get me into the short. But look what happened. Sorry, I was listening to a video. So look what happened here, though. You see how that was starting to decrease, but nope, not yet. Not yet. Look at the SPY. Wow. Okay, now this is showing up on Zach's bounce scan. However, with the market doing what it's doing, cannot do it. Oh no, you little. Okay, well, I did get the alert, a price alert for Mac. I mean, that looks pretty bad, but man. Well, I mean, if it takes that 1131, I'm not going to care what the histogram is telling me, maybe. Okay, because I'm going again, it's not 100%. I need Pepe. I wish I could just whisper to you. Maybe I'll just private message you. It's not trade ideas, okay? You mentioned cargo or car guru before. Yeah, boy, it's a strange one. Honestly, I have not seen anything like this. Well, maybe I have. I just can't remember. Something that was so beaten down, it was an all-time low, and then, I mean, not okay, the move fine, but it got halted on the way up, and then it gapped, and that's a big gap up after the halt. Just didn't make any sense to me. Let's take a look at Kala, see what Zach is talking about. Two-minute red candle. I see a 15. Here's a 5. You talking about that bottoming tail? So there's the previous red candle. Boy, things are, I mean, I just can't get myself to short this Mac yet. I'm too glued to this. I don't think there will be a devastating drop if I do so. And the GFI is just, whoa, this is Bitcoin, guys. BTF. This is just showing up my 10-day daily breakdown now. Wow. Boy, look at this market, guys. Wow. This is really a big sell-off. Now remember now, it's CPI tomorrow. So what is going to happen tomorrow? So yeah, Pepe, again, I'm just going to talk to all this that is normally on my bottom of my laptop is all gone. I can't do anything. So it's just disappeared. And if you go online, they talk about hitting control escape and then alt screen or alt space bar and a bunch of things, and it's supposed to bring it back. But sorry, guys, I'm just talking to Pepe. I shouldn't do this. Disney, how about Disney? Yeah, I mean Disney. Wow. I mean, I think we look back and we saw Disney on a, let's take a look on a weekly chart. I don't think we could see a low there. I think we have to go back to the pandemic. The pandemic low is right here, 79.39. I mean, it's still got a ways to go in theory. I might even take this. I mean, I know this is way outside the price range I like, but this is a great little break, little green candle here, giving maybe the longs a glimmer of hope. But let's see how well it holds under this 86. Spread is okay. Again, for Disney to move 13%. Now, look at this one, guys. Nerve. The market, what it's doing, again, it's an earnings. That's another earnings play. But boy, oh boy, I mean, these tops last month, it was as high as 1476. I remember this one. Well, it's a good thing you didn't try to take that pop with Hootie Poe. Well, maybe you would have made, yeah, I guess from 907, I guess it got to 97. So for you, it might have been okay. Hootie just making another new low, guys. HUDI, another new low. I don't want to tie you up, Pepe, okay? Well, let's take a look at some of these from the larger cap, see if there's anything interesting happening. I'm pretty sure Lucid had shares. No, not now. Oh, I see what you mean. Did it have shares? Yeah. I think, I can't remember. Riven had shares for sure, but that, who cares, right? Yeah, I don't know if Lucid had shares. What is that inverse of BITO? I know there is one. You buy it when Bitcoin's going down. I just can't remember what it is. Somebody will know. Is it BITQ or? So if you don't want to short BITO, you buy BITI. Thank you, Mr. Two. Mr. Two, I was going to call you Mr. T. There you go. Yeah, look at this. What? Wow. I'll have to remember this one. So yeah, so if Bitcoin is going down, you can buy this. So it's the inverse. So for those of you who don't want to short, or maybe you have an account that you can't short, I'm not saying to do this. I'm just showing you, though, this is how you can take part in Bitcoin's demise right now. Another earnings play. What do lifetime range, 9%. So OSUR. I mean, look left, 423. It's got a little bit of room, wants to keep moving down. Got above the 200-day earlier. It was probably actually positive. Well, it still is positive, but just fading like most things in the market. Even these little ones that usually can kind of trade on their own, they don't care that much about what the market's doing. I think that there's no hope for them now either. Not today, anyway. Elan, okay, Elan. Probably an earnings play. Not an earnings play. Not an earnings play. Interesting. What could it go to? So the next low looking left, yeah, too close. 1157, not an earnings play though. Just probably just moving down. November 8th, they had, well, they had earnings yesterday. Excuse me. They had earnings yesterday. So that was the reaction. Really no reaction. But today, I guess with the market, just nobody wants to hold anything right now. Well, that's been choppy. I mean, this is sort of a Bitcoin play, I guess, but this has been very choppy. You're talking about the SI captain, right? Another big miss by me here. TLS, the first alert came in. I know I saw it. Yeah, $5. Wow. And it's, yeah, lots of shares available. TLS, $5 was the alert. So even though you might think there's the 930 candle, you might think, wow, that's too late. No, look at that 5 down to 337. I'm talking about from my 10-day daily breakdown. One of the filters is that it has to be down at least 40%. So sometime 40 cents. I think 50 cents or 40 cents. Let me take a look. And so sometimes with the smaller ones, it takes a while for it to be down at least, yeah, 40 cents from the open. It takes a while for it to, get down when it's a small one. Now, the other thing is it's hard for me to know what the relative volume was. So yeah, I could relax these filters, but then I'd get a lot more in that I may not want to see. So as Real was saying earlier, I mean, on a day like today, I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown, I mean, there's probably every one of them worked at some point. I mean, this EBS, yeah, I mean, it is rebounded now, but before it did that, it dropped $1. Things like, I mean, I could go through them all, but I know they all worked at some point. Remember, this is not a strategy so much, it's just giving you ideas. Wow, here's one that's just showing up. Go, grocery outlet. Hmm. On the gap down. This is on the gap down and go. So it did nothing for hours. And now it's just putting in another leg down. look at Mac, guys. I'm so intrigued by this, I could have got in here thinking, okay, in the old days, I almost 100% sure, the old days, meaning before Wednesday, last Wednesday, I almost for sure would have taken that short. I would have thought, okay, I guess it's ready. But looking at that histogram just kept me out of it. Yeah, it's a low, low flow, 13 million. I mean, it's very low, 29 million. So by the end of the day, let's see, another couple of hours to go. But look at the volume. The volume is really dwindled. Yeah, I cannot. I mean, I see some of Zach's bounce plays worked unbelievably well early, but also I think this was happening. The market was at least putting in some green candles. So, but right now, I would not take any bounce play at all. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. No, TT, I will. I don't believe. I mean, I've just never seen I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, TT in a YouTube room. Oh no, this is just a very strange reaction. Okay, an earnings play today. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Did gap down, but we've seen many stocks do this, and then they move down, but they don't do this afterwards. I mean, that's just a very extremely strange, eerie reaction. I can't remember the last time I ever saw anything like this. I'm not saying it couldn't be up here at some point during the day, But to wipe it all out in one and get halted and all this, no. So in other words, if you're trying to think, well, okay, if something gapped down a lot after hours and it's still down in the pre-market, that's something like this. I mean, something, I'm not saying a stock couldn't bounce, but that's not a bounce. I mean, that's ridiculousness and get halted on the way up. Thank goodness I was out of my short. Hmm. Okay, Alex, let me see. I don't back test at all, so no, but Apple, you're talking about an Apple released earnings? No, because Apple did not gap down. Apple gapped down a little bit post-market, but then it came right back up. Okay, after this was, well, if I can find Apple's after hours action, it did not have a huge gap down in the market and then do this. You'd have to check, I don't know how far back I go in a 15-minute chart, but I remember because actually Apple released earnings after hours. It had a little gap down and then it moved higher and it was actually positive. And then it was positive the next day. It did not gap down. Oh, are you talking recently? If you're talking recently, then I'm just sort of see. I don't see anything like that happening. Another quick question. I'm doing some manual back testing on a new strategy. So you're not using, yeah, so it did not gap down though, Greg. Apple was actually gapped up a little bit. Do some manual back testing on a new strategy. Is it possible to locate a specific point in time on a chart without endless scrolling? No. I see. So you're not talking about using our back tester. You're talking about like sort of manually. Yeah, you cannot say, take me to Apple 15-minute candle on October the 4th. No, I see what you meant. Let me see how far back I can go. I'm talking as, okay, let me see if I can go. When did Apple have earnings? On the 27th? Yeah, I don't know how far back I can go. So it'll look in. Yeah, let's look at a 30-minute then. Where am I trying to get to? October 27th. Okay, go to an hour. Okay. See, this was Apple, I think right here. Yeah. So if I expand this just a little bit, yeah, but I do that, then so this was Apple, okay? And this was the earnings reaction. There's where it closed. Now it had this little gap down, not little. I mean, it was, but then this is where it closed. Okay. So it did not gap down. I think what the TT was talking about, like if it had gapped down and then the opening print did something like that. So that's not what happened. Oh, so you're not talking earnings. Now you're not talking earnings. Okay. Well, here's the first. So I think we're talking about two different things, okay? And these gapped up. Yeah, it fell once the market opened. This is the opening, or there's a 10 o'clock candle, but we're not talking about the same thing in my opinion. We're talking about something that gapped down and then it shot up. Anyway, it's an interesting intellectual exercise, I suppose. Well, Apple had earnings on the not on the first. Apple had earnings on the 27th. Moving on, Greg. Yeah. Die, Jimmy. Die. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. There might be people in GME, and so I don't want to say that. If you're in GME, I wish you well. So I shouldn't say that. Okay, now that the market's putting a bit of a green bar and we want some bottoming tails, I'm going to take a look at this ZNTL. Okay, this is from Zacks Bounce. It's an earnings play, of course. And let's see if it has any sort of bounce in it. Now that the market's putting in, this is the first green. Well, and remember, it's only 210. This could turn red also. This has got a little more than about 4 minutes to close. Look at all these stocks, though. I mean, they're 4% in the like 4% from its all-time low. I mean, that's not quite it. That's not, but in the range of the all-time high, all-time low, is that right at the low of that range, 4%. But look at this, guys, topping tail on that green candle. This may be short-lived. How about TSP? You don't mean as an example, I hope. Oh, okay, TSP. Listen, I'm not saying it never happens, okay? That a stock, gaps down in the pre-market and then the first candle, it starts moving higher. I just never seen anything like Cargo before or CarGuru before. Okay. I'm not saying, it can't happen that a stock gaps down and then it moves higher, but not generally as dramatically. That's all. Look at this topping tail, guys. This is maybe short-lived as a green candle. Oh, any opinion on it? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, my opinion is stay away. I mean, look at this daily chart. Now, it is shortable. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, shorting it. It is an all-time low, but but right now, it's just kind of doing nothing. What's the volume like? See, this is this one, yeah, with a huge float, 147 million in the float for a $2 stock. That's a big float. But right now I don't see any clue. The histogram is dropping somewhat, so it might be indicating a short, but I don't see a big advantage right now. And if you're talking about going long, if you wanted to go long, this is, to me, would have to take out this 233 even higher. I mean, to me, it's got nothing in it to go long. If you're talking about going long, not yet. I mean, if you're talking about swinging it, there's nothing telling me to swing this at all, until it stops going down on the daily chart. If you're talking about taking it long right now for an intraday trade, to me, it'll just get stopped around 240. So that's my take on it anyway. Another earnings play, guys. Par. What day are we talking? We're Wednesday now, so we have 2 more days like this in terms of all the earnings plays that are coming out. Two more, Thursday and Friday. It's Wednesday, right? Have I lost a day? Look at GFI. I mean, you talk about stagnation. GFI, I have that thumbnail just because somebody brought it up earlier, just doing nothing. Oof, well, guys, I'm just waiting. Let's see, 217. So I'll be putting myself on mute. I might put myself on mute earlier. I'll only hop back on the mic if there's something to talk about. You can, of course, ask me questions. I'll always hop back on the mic if necessary to answer a question. But right now, I mean, I'm just not really interested in doing much. Oh, I see. I see what you meant. Yeah, no, no. I think it should be closed on Chris, you have Memorials Day, but I think it should be closed on November 11th also. Our exchange in Canada is closed on the 11th. All right, well, here's one. I mean, you want to take a shot at this? ABEO over 4 histogram is positive. Next high looking left. I mean, if you got to trade, 421, 423 is the next high looking left. The volume is low float. Are you kidding, Kevin? I mean, I don't know if you're kidding. I certainly don't give any investment advice like that. So I don't know if you're actually kidding. Is it a good time to buy Tesla now? I mean, Tesla's in, I mean, like most stocks in the market. I don't know. If you're kidding or not kidding, I'll try to answer seriously. No, in my opinion. You got to wait for some, I mean, it's in a big downturn right now. You've got to wait for something to stop this from going down. And I'm assuming you're talking about as maybe a swing, not just an intraday trade. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean in Canada? I thought the markets were closed in Canada. I know, well, a lot of companies have holidays on the 11th or take the day off on the 11th. So I thought the markets were closed. Maybe I'm wrong. No, you're right. It is open. I thought well, a lot of companies take the day off, but you're right. Regarding the Canadian market. Interesting. Goes to show how much I've traded the Canadian market in the last 15 years. Well, this one's had a decent day. And again, AEL had a terrible day yesterday on earnings, and it did have a nice rebound, 2028, and it closed at 32, and it's kind of continuing a bit. What's the volume like? Volume's not terrible. 86 million in the float, not a high float, not low. So over 34, I mean, hey, this might. Pre-market high was 334.58. If you've got to look at something, just a minute. My phone is ringing. Just give me a moment. Hey guys, I'll be back in a moment. Just a delivery pickup. All right, guys, I'm back. And Hootie keeps making another new low, HUDI. I'm surprised all the shares have not been snapped up yet at Interactive Brokers. There's still 55,000. For the last couple of days, there were never any shorts available, but now the fee rate, again, I don't, well, doesn't really matter. Well, here's another earnings play, Rumble, RMBL, not the Rumble, not the website, RMBL. Another, well, this could be interesting. It's underneath the whole number of 11. Where is the next low? Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Can't see it there. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. So it looks like the next low is back in 2020, 770. Actually, this is, I'm going to add that indicator. So let's take a look at Tesla. Now this is that same indicator on a daily chart. Now you can see from here on, there was a little pop here, but in essence, on the way down from here on. What day was that? The 16th of August. If this nerve had more room underneath, I'd be shorting this. When I say more room, I don't like the way it stepped up. If there was maybe down here, 338, I just don't, but it's got that VWAP right there, 365. It's too close for me, Yeah, I mean, if take it at 380, it gets to 365, 15 cents, just that's not enough for me. Has Disney found the bottom of the day? Let's see. Maybe. I mean, there's a couple of bottoming tails there. Maybe. There's the VWAP up here at 88.41. So let's see what it does at the VWAP. If it gets there. The aptly named Timber. So I don't know what's going on. Oh, that's right. This is a reverse split that we don't have calculated correctly, of course. Another earnings play, guys. Wolverine Worldwide, another earnings play, just getting destroyed, 33%. I mean, tomorrow, you can start watching some of these. We've seen some amazing bounces on some of these stocks that have, just cratered on earnings. But you better have the market at least on your side. SYNH, of course, was one of the awesome ones the next day, and there were, I think, Funko, FNKO. Yeah, there's another one. Funko's not actually so bad. I mean, it's not, but there was the earnings reaction. There's the day. The next day, it had a great recovery. So, maybe watch WWW tomorrow, depending on what the market does, though. I mean, if the market, sorry, WWW, yeah, three W's. Depending on what the market does, I mean, it's pretty tough to play any sort of a bounce if the market is going to do this. The CPI comes out tomorrow, so, but, keep an eye on this one. I'm going to hurt it, so I'll know to keep an eye on it tomorrow morning and see what happens with it. Will it have any sort of a recovery day? All right, guys, I'm going to do this a little bit earlier, okay? I will put myself on mute. I'm still here, but unless I have something to say, and if I can pop in and say something about some stock, perhaps, I'll certainly answer any questions. I'll get back on the mic, but right now I'm just going to put myself on mute. Pepe. Pepe, are you still around? '89 or '90, maybe. But I don't know. I look at this 15-minute, and what I see is I know, listen, if you're in, I'm not trying to block the trade, of course, but I see maybe some resistance around this 87 between here and 88. But I wonder if Pepe is still around because he solved my problem. Okay, guys, you know what? Mac is doing a little curl action here. Little bit of curl action. Look at this histogram. I mean, come on. This looks like it might want to do it, but I will wait until that VWAP is broken if I'm going to take this trade. But again, guys, see how all those little areas that looked like it was going to drop? This histogram was saying no. And now look at it. But as always, I'm going to have to wait for it to break that the 1212 mark, the VWAP, if I'm going to take this trade. Hey guys, you're on your own, but let's see if this has any legs at all. Okay, guys, I'm on mute. You guys do what you have to do on that one, but I'm on mute right now. All right, guys, yeah, here's one that just got halted. DBGI just got halted on the way up. Another earnings play. Okay, guys, out of the MAC, okay? I'm not taking, I wish it, I was hoping it would, I mean, it got up to 1268, I think. What was it, 1264? I wish I could have got out right there. I was looking at that candle over here, that 15-minute, and that was 1265. And now I'm breaking a bit of a rule here. I call it a rule in the histogram, and that in theory, I should still be in this because nothing saying I should be out. But I took my profit and went. I wish I could have seen. I mean, it just jumped, and there it goes a little bit down. So it is absolutely jumping right to that candle over there at 1265, and I got to 1268, 1264. So I mean, almost right to the penny, and that's where it stalled. Oh, DBGI. Let me see. I just read here. You are right. You are right. I'm sorry. I should have read this a little more carefully. Pre-market tomorrow. You're right. I wish we had a different color for the different days. Anyway, exciting. Option market betting against energy. Uh, Is it possible Mac offering after hours? Yeah, anything's possible. I mean, a stock that has been doing nothing for ever. I mean, I don't know how far back we'd have to go. Let me get this on a monthly chart and just to see how. Remember, and this has probably done some reverse splits. But yeah, I mean, look at this, months and months and months and months and months and months way below this price. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very possible that they'll try to take advantage of this pop and do a financing. So yeah, I that's why I would never be holding this. I'm more surprised that it didn't at least attempt. I don't mean on this pop here necessarily, but it didn't even come close to trying to take out the pre-market high. I would have thought with that sort of news, that float, I would have thought, I know it's up 200% still, but I would have thought it would challenge that pre-market high a little bit better. So anything is possible, yeah. So the question is it possible that they do a financing after hours or pre-market tomorrow? Yeah, very possible. Take advantage of this massive move. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a good point. You want to bring it up for Alex, it's an excellent, point. Yeah, no, hey, that's a great point, thanks for bringing that up. Sorry, I forgot to mute it. So what time is it? 3:15? Okay, I'll mute myself again. So Mac may not be over. I'm out of it now, but Mac may not be over. I just want to reiterate, I mean, Mayhel in the YouTube room made an excellent point. You know, these guys could do a financing, okay? With this huge increase in price and all that, they may do a financing. In fact, I would say it's almost for sure they're going to do a financing. It's just when. Because they'd be crazy not to take advantage of this huge increase in price. No idea how much cash on hand they've got, etc. But did Rumble have any, not Rumble, but Rum have any sort of a, I guess a little bit of a pop, 50-cent pop from the lows? Other earnings play, didn't see this one really most of the day. IMXI, and another huge gap down on earnings through the 200-day. IMXI, where is it in relation to its all-time? So it's not, wow, this is a stock that's actually even fit in above the 50% range in its lifetime range. Even though you look at a candle like this and you think, my goodness, but I guess it wasn't that high. You see, here's here's the histogram. You know, if you were in this short right here, you know, at par, right there, okay, and then you start following this histogram, and you know it is still moving down. No reason to get out of the short. Okay, it's not telling you until you get a bar that pops. I mean, there's no reason to get out of the short. I know for me, I'd probably be a little jumpy, you know, maybe a 10 or 15-cent pop up. I might say, better get out or take some out. But, you know, the histogram is telling me that, again, the bearish candles are still ratio wise greater than the bullish candles. So keeps you in these sort of things keep me in the trade longer. Assume I was in this trade. Ooh, look at Mac now, guys. Not in it. You know, if it hadn't done this, if it hadn't popped up to 1266, if it had just been a little more orderly, you know, we might not have had that big kind of, well, I'll call it a sell-off from 1266 down to 1187. You know, it was just, unfortunately, we had this huge pop. So maybe I will get that challenge of that pre-market highs. of the pre-market highs. So yeah, because it actually went down below the VWAP again. Now it's above the VWAP again, but it did go below it. So I think it was just too sudden a move. All right, guys, I think what I'll do is I shall shut the main room down now. YouTube remains open until 4:30. I'll just wait for Chris to get there. If you want to head over to YouTube and listen to Chris, not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about 5 minutes or so. Here's the YouTube link. You're talking about DAC? Seriously, you are talking about Mac? I just wouldn't do it. You know, I just would not hold this. You know, I'd be so worried that they were going to do a financing. Now, don't nobody listen to me for an investment advice on this because I don't want anybody screaming at me. Okay, I won't do it, and it opens tomorrow at 20. Okay, so you got to, but that's you know, and that was brought to my attention by Michal in the YouTube room. Oh, you're not suggesting to hold it overnight. I thought you said I'm. Oh, I am not holding this one overnight. Personally, for me, too late in the day could run. Okay, I got you. Plus, it's a bio. I rarely will. Not that I hold many things overnight at the best of times, but it is a bio. I'd be more concerned with that float that it didn't take more of a challenge of the pre-market highs. Anyway, definitely an exciting day. Well, I shouldn't say that. We had some excitement earlier on, then I kind of bored for, well, I was waiting for this one to move. But it'll be exciting tomorrow. CPI comes out, not sure what time that it happens, but it'll come out. And then we'll have like lots and lots of earnings plays still. The big message. Only you and I know what that means, Dak. MC. And we're not talking hammer. Not one other person in this room knows what you mean by MC. Okay, guys. So I will shut the main room down now. And I'll open the main room at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and I'll get back. We get on the mic, of course, at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And now I wait for Mr. Varley to show up in YouTube. There you are. So you read my little text there. That's what I was talking about.
That's
Okay.
what I thought.
That's all I meant.
100% sure. I'm so buried in this linking thing. You know, all these people are having all these issues with linking,
Now,
and I'm not.
it-
I can literally link TradingView, Thinkorswim, Trader Workstation, Trader Zero, and probably anything else, and I link them all at the same time. I have no issues
Right.
whatsoever. But for some reason, it seems to be an ultra challenge for some people. I'm not sure why.
Now, the TradingView is interesting. I mean, I used to have TradingView a long time ago. I can't remember when I stopped my subscription, and it was super simple. Now, I didn't even know there was an app. I thought it was just a web-based version. I was always linking it to the web-based version. I didn't even know they had an app. But what's his problem? What is the
There's
problem?
a number of people that they're claiming after updating to the latest production. Now it's 5.6.24 that one person says TradingView doesn't link at all, which I mean I've never used it in my entire life. I linked it on my first try today. Another person says they can't get Thinkorswim with TradeZero to work at all. Only one will work at a time. I've never even heard of TradeZero. Downloaded it. Got it to work on my first try with Thinkorswim. I literally linked 4 different platforms all at the same time, all work.
Now,
if people
TradingView,
like to
was
hear
that
this-
the app? Was that the app or the web-based version of
Nope,
TradingView?
it was the app, and that's
It was the app.
web base always seems to not have problems, but people want the app for whatever reason. I don't know. I've never used it, so. But again, I have zero trouble with it. So I know people don't like hearing it, but it's user error somewhere along the way.
Let me try too. The app is free. There's a free version of the app?
I guess. I mean, I just downloaded whatever was there on their webpage, and it seems to. I mean, this is I swapped the screens here. Let me show you. This is what I have. Bring it over. This thing here.
See, Chris, we could use this hour just you and me talk.
We could.
So that is the app. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never used it in my entire life. Now, I will say that you can't have overlapping windows with this, but that's always been a condition of linking, that if you overlap windows, you will have an issue.
What do you mean by overlapping windows?
See how the TradingView is overlapping these windows, the Trader Ideas windows? That will create a problem.
Well, they should never do that.
What people do and what they expect are, unfortunately.
Yeah, because when I had it, I mean, it was, I just had it on its own. I had 4 little charts, TradingView charts, but it was on its own. I never tried to, place it. Otherwise, how do you really see it effectively? But anyway, so I see what you're doing
right here. It's going through no problem. Once in a while, it scrambles the letters for some reason, but I don't know. So like 1 out of 10 clicks.
If you go back to the one that is scrambled, okay, so let's say you get one that's scrambled, you go to another symbol, and then you go back to the one that's scrambled. Does it?
Yeah, it's fixed. If I click it a second time, it's fixed. And
it
happens. Sometimes it'll happen 1 out of 5, then it doesn't happen for 100 and something clicks afterwards.
Right. So, and what about how quickly you're doing it? I mean, does that have any basis on it? Like, I mean, if you're clicking, a symbol every half a second.
It doesn't seem to, and I mean, it would be good if people do this realistically, but I'm clicking the ever living daylights out of it right now, and I mean, I've got no issues for 60 clicks or more right now. So again, I know people don't like to hear it, but user error.
But I mean, and if it only happens once in a blue moon, and just like you said, you're getting an invalid symbol, but okay, so you click another one and it comes back, but it's got nothing to do with alternate or first symbol. You don't have to use any of the rules.
I'm going with it right now. Whoops. Right now I'm doing. Let me click the right link. I have rule none, use alternative. If I can use the TradingView, and I don't think it negatively impacts it. It seems to be about the same either way if I use the rule or don't use the rule. But I mean, I've had 4 go bad after about 150 clicks now.
Yeah. Did somebody say when they went back to a previous version?
They say it works on a previous. Okay. That's what one person says. Another person says it doesn't. I mean, everybody's got conflicting things, and everybody's linking different things. But it's always strange. The support
You can
tickets always come in groups, the same exact stuff, but nobody's doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to spend so much. And you know, we are not. We don't profess to link to every single platform out there. You know,
No.
we typically do. I mean, we don't profess to, but we typically, you know, it's not that hard to establish a link. But if something's going on between their platform and ours, man,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
People don't want to hear, you know, someone says they reached out to TradingView and they said TradingView says it's our problem. So it's like, well, why is it always our problem? To ask them why they can't link back to us.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
TradingView, of course, doesn't care.
Of course they don't. That's what
you.
But people don't want to hear that. They just
Yeah.
want it fixed yesterday.
Yeah.
So
All
and it's
right.
always very simple. Don't forget, Barry. It's always very simple to fix these things. Just a simple edit in the code, right?
Yes. Your developer should be able to fix this in a second. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it should be less than a second. You have the
Yes.
switch, the fix switch, right? You just have to throw the fix switch.
Here we are live to everybody with our little beefs.
Anywho, I'm sure you're dying to get out of here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to actually load it. I'm going to load the app myself and just play around with it, just see what happens. Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Barry.
Okay. Bye.
Adios. So, all right, Bill, yeah, TradeZero is not good. Avoid at all costs. I'll believe you there. It looked like a platform from back in the day. Then again, people say the same thing about our software. So, you know, I don't know what to say. That ours looks old and dated, but I mean, I get it. You know, get rid of these extra links. No, edit, delete. You know, no software is without bugs consistently. Things are constantly updating, moving in motion, and that's just the way it works. But you know, the only thing I can say is I just loaded 2 platforms today that I've never used in my entire life. One, I've never even heard of TradeZero, actually. I linked them instantly, and I linked 4 at the same time with no issues. So I'm not running some special secret version of Trade Ideas. I'm on the same thing you folks are on, or have the capabilities of being on, and it works fine. So anyways, I know people never like to hear it, but 99.9% of the time, not even 99 out of 100 times, it's user error is what happens. And that is what it is. Anywho, with all that said, I have not looked at the market at all today. I've been working on this linking thing, trying every feasible combination, making videos and reports and responding to these tickets. So I looked over at about 1 o'clock and realized, wow, the market's getting faded pretty hard or so. By the time I realized what was going on, no trading today or anything else. I've been completely buried in this. So I guess that's why I get a salary, because sometimes I don't get to trade, right? But yeah, you know, I looked over and I knew there was a gap down in the market. And then I saw it kind of moving like this, and that I completely lost track somewhere in here. By the time I paid attention again, it was probably somewhere around here. And I just said, wow, the market's absolutely getting whacked around again. So, you know, I don't know if it has to do with the elections yesterday and the results. I don't know what the results are. I don't care what the results are. I just know that my taxes will always go up and my services will always go down and the price of everything will always go up no matter what. So no point in being angered over politics. But obviously the market is having a negative reaction, at least today. But it's a negative reaction with pretty mute volume still. So I gather CPI tomorrow trumps all. You know, I don't know what a CPI report will do, negative or positive. I mean, here we had the worst CPI, you know, a worse CPI report than anybody else thought was going to happen. That was a nasty bear trap right there. You know, we're still a good ways off of that little bit there. Now, I mean, we could easily get there in 2 days, 2.5 days. We could easily take that out again in 2.5 days. But that's in the future. We don't predict those things. How about TOS? I had TOS linked, I had Thinkorswim linked, Trader Workstation, TradeZero, and TraderView linked all at the same time. Nearly an issue. So you know, like I said, I don't know. I've never, with the exception of like for 2 weeks where something happened with Thinkorswim, they changed something on their end. aside from those 2 weeks, I've never had a problem in, I guess, nearly 5 years of linking to Thinkorswim. The easiest link to me has always been Trader Workstation. Thinkorswim can be a little finicky because there's processes going in the background with Thinkorswim that can take the focus away, but just have to click on the window again in Thinkorswim, and that works fine again after that. So, well, I don't know about great job, Mike C. And if you read some of the emails I receive, you wouldn't think so, but that's another story. People just have very high expectations, and when they're not met, generally their reaction after not meeting their expectations is less than cordial. Interesting. I mean, here's time and sales to Thinkorswim for me, or to Trader Workstation. Never an issue for me. And it saves the link. I've never ever had a problem with Thinkorswim or Trader Workstation in 3 3/4 years using it, let's say. Tools, external linking here. That's it right there. I don't know if I can show the details because it might show my account. Edit link. Will it show? No, it doesn't show the details. All right. So yeah, I mean, if I come to here and I go to edit link, nothing checked, just IB live, and I've never had an issue with it. Maybe I'm just lucky. What's that song? Some guys have all the luck or something. I don't use IB charts, but I mean, I could bring one over. Let's see, file, new, window, chart. Is it linked? Linked. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. IB just like a dream for me always. I don't bring Thinkorswim over because, well, first off, I'm not even trading today, so I don't have it open anymore. But I just, even though it doesn't show the full account, I don't like to show Thinkorswim on a screen if I can help it, because there's some of the account numbers show up even though the rest show starred. And in this day and age with identity theft and all that, it's just too high a risk. But I mean, just not an issue. I mean, everything comes through perfect on it. So, I don't know, maybe it's background processes on the computers. Microsoft doesn't do anybody any favors. I can tell you that right now. I mean, anything Microsoft touches is a disaster. My opinion on Upstart, I believe it's fallen over $300 in a year. So I'd probably steer clear of Upstart. I mean, if someone wants to take it as a day trading vehicle, if you have a reason to day trade it, by all means. Obviously, it's $3 off the bottom of today. So, you take that for what it's worth. But I mean, this thing is down. This thing is down almost $400 in exactly a year. So I'd steer right clear of this, other than if you've got a day trading plan or a day trading scan and it's coming through it and you like it for whatever reasons for a day trade. I mean, execute your plan on it. Aside from that, I wouldn't touch this with anybody else's money. I wouldn't touch it with Warren Buffett's money. And Warren Buffett's money is magical. Yeah, I mean, I've got an okay laptop here. It's nothing. I mean, it's a decent ROG gaming laptop, or ROG laptop. ROG gaming is redundant, right? But I guess, maybe processes that are running in the background or other programs could have an effect on it. I mean, I don't see why not. The only things I have running right now on my computer is Slack, Chrome, TI, TWS, and that's it. That's literally everything I have running, other than whatever's supposed to, whatever's supposed to run to make this computer work. I'm not running one other thing besides that. Mac, that was something with Mac earlier. Also, I've had to restart my layout 50 times, so I don't even have a top 10 list really. I mean, I don't know what's there. I've had to restart my layout a number of times. Mac, but I saw this earlier, right? It was either big gap up or a big gap down. Yeah, big gap up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, not really tradable, anyways. To the long side, you know, you're sitting here at just under 11, and you get up, you know, just under 13, but it's an awful lot of risk and not a lot of reward here when you're gapped up. You know, you're up 200%. No, the thing just doesn't have any dynamic look to it whatsoever. Sorry, just answer a message back. Anywho, so yeah, that's life in the fast lane. I mean, I guess we could look here at the tough question. Lay it on me, David. Lay it on me. I'll take a look at whatever's showing here for now in the top 10 till David drops the bomb on me. So FTCI, you know, good move off of this here, I guess. You know, 23% from the open. Hard to argue that. But, you know, I'm just not crazy on its low price stocks. NERV, this thing was a high flyer a couple of months ago. Did it twice, as a matter of fact. Interesting. I didn't realize that I had the second run back here. I remember this one. I got a few wins, a few losses out of that. Holy cow, it crashed. Making some noise again here today. That's a pretty sizable move. Can't argue that at all. RVPH. No, I don't think there's anything there. 500,000 shares traded. I mean, yeah, there's, you know, we call it 50 cents from here to here, but 500,000 shares traded. I just don't know, you know. Someone might think it's an actionable idea. I'm not going to. I like to be as unbiased as possible. So, you know, just doesn't look great to me. BLI. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, opened here, so slight gap down, up 21% from the open. It's an okay move. You know, plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. I'm not crazy about it for some reason. Do you know the B+ buttons flat in half? I'm looking to add a 3/4 button, tools, options, B+ quick buttons tab, but I don't know how to add it properly. Yeah, let's mess around with that. Tools, options, brokerage, plus quick buttons. So you have to remove an old one because you can only have what is it, 4, 5. So you have to remove one. So I guess, you know, we can remove limit out and then create new. Name, let's call it 3/4. 3/4. Sell. I think that's what we'll call it. Dollars. Quantity by units. Position. I don't know if 3/4 works. Let's test this out. Can I put a, no, I can't put a slash there. Huh. Was it maybe 0.75? Sell market day force. Save. Oh, symbol linking. Selected position. Okay. Add, so it's there. All right, hold on. Let me save that. And let me connect with Brokerage Plus. Hold on to the sim. Okay, so there's 3/4 sell. Holy cow. I got a whole bunch of short positions here. All right. It's not going to work. Nope. Oh, yeah, it did work. There it is. It worked. Just took a second to register. So here, let's try this on the long side. 3/4 sell. I guess that worked, right? Yes, the dating spam bots. Thank you so much. Fix all my lonely days. So I think that works. Let's try this. Let's find something here that I don't own currently. Okay, there's no position in cake. Let's just buy 100 shares of cake. Buy at market. Okay. All right, there's 100 shares of cake. All right, let's go 3/4 sell. 25. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Works like a charm. How did that get in there? I don't know. You know, they just come on, these bots come into the site or come onto YouTube and find live open channels and just put a thing in. You got it, David. Hey, listen, you had me for a second. You had me on the ropes. But make sure that the other trick on that is this. In options on that button, make sure you have it set to selected position, not symbol linking. All right. When you're using, so quantity is position and then 3/4 and set the position. And you should be good to go, my friend. There's no code to get in here, and they're not actually dropping a website link. Like it's not a clickable link. It's just promoting whatever. I mean, I blocked it, so I can't even see it on my end now. It's it's gone. It's been happening to us for forever and ever and ever since we started using YouTube. All right, let's get rid of that and get rid of that. Let's bring that back over. Get rid of the sim. I guess. Get rid of all these positions from all my testing. Or not. There we go. Flatten, flatten, flatten. Okay. Perfect. Lovely. Great. Hide 0 positions. There we go. Terrific. So there you have it, sports fans. Alrighty. Yeah, I see the comments about the overall market, and I mean, I've continued to lean bearish. I don't particularly care for leaning bearish, but I've continued to lean bearish. Even with this bear trap that happened here, that doesn't mean it's, that doesn't mean it was the bottom because it was a bear trap there. This was a bear trap down here, and we had something very similar after that, right? And then we took out that low. So, the path of least resistance is still down, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, if you're a bear. Like I said, I lean neither way in all that. I just I prefer bull markets. They're more fun. I'm worn out. I'm personally worn out. I don't like day trading. It's not that I don't like day trading. I just find day trading exhausting, absolutely exhausting. And trying to day trade and do everything else that I do around here is just very impractical a lot of days, especially lately. I'd much rather be able to take nice swing positions, but it's just not the market for it. That's all there is to it. So fewer and far in between and all that good stuff like that. And, again, CPI comes in hot again here, and that happens. So does it come hot and again, and then we gap down and we move up again, or does it come in lighter than expected and we gap up and go, or do we gap down and go? There's no way to predict it. But I think, the bias is to the bear side. If it's wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't really have anything that I've bet on at this point. I've kind of gone to all cash, as I said the other day. So, it is what it is. If I'm wrong, I'm not going to pay with my money, and I'm not going to pay with my ego because I don't have one when it comes to this stuff. Those with egos that trade are usually short-lived. Those that have trading plans and systems that work well. There's a gentleman on Twitter that I follow that I think he's just absolutely fantastic, and he is as big of a bear as there is. But he said back here, he actually said here, he said the model that he's been following for 30 years or whatever it is pointing bullish, but he is completely bearish. He said, but he'll let things play out. And then this happened and that happened. He said, this was more or less what my model said. He was like, but honestly, I didn't feel it. I didn't see it. I didn't put a position on either way from it. And, my model was right and I was wrong. He said, he's a really stand-up guy. Anyways. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep. No, totally 100% on point with you there, Dinosis. So no, I think you and I are pretty much, in sync with a lot of this stuff here. And, I don't want to be quote unquote caught with my pants down by having my gut select a bunch of positions and then the market decides that, something completely different. Gentleman's name is Alan Levinston, I believe. Let me look here. Alan Levinson. So it's this gentleman here. I don't know. He's pretty. I like him. As far as as far as trader talk goes in general. He doesn't trade stocks. He trades Globex and bonds and things like that. But I still find a lot of value in what he says here. Like anybody else that I follow on Twitter, or I'll disclaimer, he's got his political points and things like that. I may agree with everything he says. I may agree with nothing he says. But I keep that stuff separate. Like I always say, I'm here to make money. I don't care about all the rest of the other stuff. How do you make models? That I don't know. I just have a trading plan. He worked for Bear Stearns and Goldman Sachs and I don't know, whoever else forever. So, and Bear Stearns long before they had the collapse. He worked for Bear Stearns like back in the late 80s and through the 90s, long before their collapse happened. He's been an independent, whatever he does, for a long time now. But, he's probably been trading markets for like 35 plus years or something like that. So he's pretty approachable, or at least I found him pretty approachable. So, if you were to ask him some questions on Twitter, I'm sure he might, I'm sure he'd answer. I mean, he's always seemed pretty approachable to me on anything that we've been back and forth about. So here, I'll bring over his, I don't know if you're asking me how to spell that. Here's his name again, if you want for a screenshot. So like I said, he's, kind of a real big macro guy, but I found a lot of value in what he's had to say. And he's been wrong a lot when he goes with his opinion, and he'll outright state that. And his model's been right a lot. And, when he follows it, he seems like he's doing just fine. He's not, one of those guys that's, I'm driving a Mercedes or I'm driving a Lambo or anything like that. He talks a lot about divergences between futures and cash markets and things of that nature that are a bit above my head. I started to understand more of it recently, but again, a lot of it's over my head. But I find that, broadening my horizons with fellows like that and, has added a lot of value to, I just never want to stop learning. That's all. So that's that. There's DBGI, crazy last hour run up gap, etc. Let me check that out. DBDI. DBGI. It'd probably be good if I typed the right thing, right? DBGI. Let's try that. Oh yeah, getting all gappy through here too. Huh. Well, earnings tomorrow pre-market. Digital brands. Wow, look at this. This is wild here, right? Up $600 a year ago, up over $600 a year ago on that spike. Huh. It's not one of those weird foreign stocks either. So this thing has explosive potential for sure. I mean, I know obviously it's way beaten down, but that doesn't mean, 500,000 a float too. Yeah, so this thing could really rip. Over $800 back here. Crazy. Yeah, this thing can go nutso. Can you check to let us know when BGS reports? I mean, I don't have a time. I have no way to know the time. Sorry, Michael Anthony. The only time that I ever know is Apple. I know Apple reports at 4:30 because that's what Apple does. But no, I don't have a way to know what time these folks report. Sorry, there's nothing. I have no news source that'll tell me the time on it. This is the best I have right here. Reports scheduled for after market close doesn't specify a time. I can click a few other of these. Reporting after the bell. No. Earnings estimate. No. Yeah, nothing seeking alpha. Nobody seems to give a time on it. So sorry, can't help you on that one, my friend. Thanks. How is linking like or different than Brokerage Plus? So external linking means it just sends the symbol to a window. So like if you had a chart or something, like if you use a different platform for charting, it will send the symbol to that chart. Or like for Thinkorswim, I could send it to the chart in Thinkorswim or to the order entry box in Thinkorswim. Then I don't have to type in the symbol. I still have to share size and execute from there, but I don't have to type in the symbol anymore. So like, for example, this is a time and sales window for Trader Workstation here. And so I'm externally linked to it. So if I click anything in Trade Ideas, it'll load into Trader Workstation's time and sales. That's the difference. Where Brokerage Plus is an actual, it's like a brokerage interface that links directly to IB or Trader Workstation, better yet, and E-Trade, and then our own simulator, of course, too. I would go with the elections is all I can figure there. Michael Anthony, it's got to be the election. Like I said, I don't really know who won or lost. I mean, I always kid around, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. America generally loses. But with the kidding stuff aside, I would just have to guess, it was a very flat pre-market, which was odd, I thought. So like if I pull up the pre-market here, here's where we closed yesterday, and then, a slight gap down. I'm sorry. No, it opened flat at 4 a.m. and then it moved down for a while. Then it moved up. Then it moved down. It moved up and it started drifting down a little bit. And then we got this gap down and go here in the market. So, but it's still pretty mute volume, all things considered. I mean, we didn't even do normal volume today by the time it closed. So, like I said, I'm just guessing whoever won, the market didn't like it. And I would suspect that there's an anticipation for a CPI number that won't be well received tomorrow. Because again, remember, it's never what the news is, it's the reaction to the news. It goes back to stock had great earnings. They guided well, gap down and faded the whole day, right? Makes no sense, but we see it happen every single earnings season, and not just to one or two stocks that do that, to many, many stocks that do that. So just kind of is what it is. What do you have for reversal candles on a 5-minute chart? You're welcome, Daniel. Sorry, just saw that come in. Reversal candles on a 5-minute chart. I don't really have a whole lot there. Reversal candles. Let's see. Let's go to new. Maybe a 5-minute high. So let's throw a 5 if there's anything in here. So you've got 5-minute high, 5-minute low. You got these range breakouts. You got a 5-minute upward thrust or downward thrust. You got a 5-minute doji, 5-minute hammer, 5-minute hanging man, 5-minute bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing, piercing, dark cloud cover, bottoming, topping. Use narrow range bar buy and sell, green bar reversal, 5-minute green bar reversal. So there's a lot more than I thought. Just goes to show you. As much as I know, I don't have it all memorized. So BB swing, that's what we have specifically for that. I mean, there's also some 5-minute filters, change over 5 minutes, consecutive candle, 5-minute consecutive candles, 5-day range. Not at all what you're looking for, sorry. 5-minute range, percentage and dollars. So I believe that's a change in 5 days. Nope, that's not what you want. I don't think position Bollinger Band for 5 minutes is going to do you much good. Oh, you just use, well, I mean, the Market Explorer has so much in it, to be honest. I mean, it's wild how much Michael put in that Market Explorer. More things will be coming in, hopefully, the not too distant future for the Market Explorer. So, I mean, just look how many things are in this already. You have all these categories, and then some of these have a lot of subcategories in them. Some don't, obviously, but I mean, these moving average money flow index A bunch of strats, support and resistance, ton of stuff in support and resistance. So, I mean, I would say, BB, you're doing yourself a disservice by only looking at the Market Explorer. I also think anybody that doesn't look at the Market Explorer is doing themselves a disservice as well. So I don't know how comfortable or familiar you are with the software yet, but perhaps take a look. If you haven't looked at the Getting Started series yet, I really, I can't say enough about it. If you've got a really good handle on the software, then maybe you don't need to look at this here, and then maybe start looking at the user's guide. But that's a Getting Started series, and you can obviously skip probably about half those videos in there, so you cut it down to about 15 minutes worth of watching time right off the bat, because obviously you don't need to know how to start up and download and log in and things like that. I would suspect that you probably have a good handle on charts, so you could probably skip the introduction to charts as well. But I would look at that for the differences in the windows for top list and alert windows. And if you're looking for stuff day trading wise, I'd highly recommend starting to look at the races. And so if you haven't looked at the user's guide as well, oops, I completely forgot I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now. Completely forgot I'm supposed to be listening in on the meeting right now. Whoops. Hopefully I'm not going to get fired today. Bear with me here a second, folks. Just bear with me a second, folks. All right, sorry folks, I just had to jump into this meeting because it's a support meeting and apparently I'm part of support. Yeah, BB, the races I think are pretty fantastic for day trading. So I would recommend getting in there, and there's a section of the user's guide that's pretty good on that. Also here's a video I did on how I use the races, specifically the race that I always have up here, because all the races that you see up here are exactly the same. So if you want to give a quick watch over this video. And then if you want the actual layout in that, which is kind of like a simplified version of the layout I have up right now. Here's that layout. There you go. So those are, like I said, it's as short as I can make it a video by showing this, showing the racing and how I use it, and then a simplified layout to do that. So, all right, market's closed. Market faded. What did small caps do? Because the small caps had diverged a little bit. Yep, small caps are right back on track. I mean, it looks almost the same as the SPY. And get that out of the way. And then what's earning? Let me pull up an earnings here. Honda. I don't see Honda stock too often. TRP, transporting and warehouse energy. So transporting of natural gas. So it's, probably bottomed out with natural gas through here and made that move up. Is there anybody else really big reporting? I don't see anybody that's that interest. Roblox. Wow. Ouch. Who else? Anybody else big? Win reports. Wow, Win is actually holding up a little bit. Interesting. BRROS. Gapped up over 30. Big fade here. That's a big level right there because below here, you're back down here. APPS, are you actually moving? No, you're not. Okay, so had earnings. Whoops. The mighty fall. Bumble reported. Who else reported? Who else reported today? Anybody else interesting? Wendy's. All right, it's a lot of stuff here. I wonder if there's more reporting, because yesterday there was more reporting that I could have in here. Let's up that number. Just trying to see if there's anybody really noteworthy. I don't see anything that interesting that we didn't look at yet. I saw Meta here. I'm like, wait, didn't they already report? And Matt. Q Health. Global ship lease. Who are you? You're up a good bit here on the day. Just so many of these charts just decimated. All right, not too much else to comment on here, I think, folks. I guess I'm going to wrap up for the day. You got it, David. Have a good time in the gym. Again, folks, bear market. I know it gets tiring listening to that. Believe me, it gets tiring of saying that. So I really don't enjoy it at all. CPI print tomorrow, and then maybe Friday can give us a clue, give us a glimpse into a real direction for us here. Whether or not we continue this way, or we chop this way, or if we can get a lift and build on where we've been, right? So I will bid you folks adieu till tomorrow. It's going to be Thursday tomorrow. Barry will have this open at 9 a.m. as usual. You'll have Mr. Steve Gomez at noon tomorrow for an hour, noon Eastern, and then me at 3:30. So With that said, folks, I thank you as always for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, wherever you are on the spinning globe called Earth.